Cause girl, I like you. I can do it the way you be. I can give you dirty looks. I can make it all you need. Another one.
Hey guys. So I feel like two's the max on here. Yeah, let's do it too. There's so much room to be seen. Okay. You want to win that guy? I'm the outside guy. No aisles for guys. No, I don't like to get it.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
What?
You know that movie?
I've heard that.
Nobody puts baby in the corner. Dirty.
Okay.
Okay, a quick text. Find one. It's just Charles, that's all right.
Cause girl, I like you. Hey,
You're doing a great job, Daniel.
Spectacular. I like it.
Oh, that's so bad.
I don't know.
It's like, what song is this? Where's that thing?
What is this?
Yeah, it's not working.
Hey, it's always a reunion.
Man. You didn't get smaller.
Actually, I cut it from a blanket. Made it tight.
Just with you for a little bit.
You're used to that.
really?
Does anyone know how to keep, I know you might know, how to keep this on at all times? Is there a
Power saving function on it? I wasn't that. I wasn't the TV guy.
The applause.
Oh,
nothing? What's happening?
Can you help them?
I try to do it where it never turns off.
It's impossible. That's to be plugged If it's on VGA mode.
One of the worst. That's like the that drives me the craziest out of all the.
If it's on keynote,
Yeah. Okay. All right. Could be worse. What?
You've done this success.
Yeah. Last night.
What's going on, Charles?
Okay, for those of you that are broadcasting in, just to be specific, for a Kayla, for a Naya, later would be Andrew catching up for our agreement. For a Jonathan Heisman, for a Callie Fox, you could please broadcast. And then in Puerto Rico also, let me know on the WhatsApp that you're on. And as soon as you get on, WhatsApp it to the Next Level group. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, CBT here.
CPT, what's the name of the group?
Yeah, I love Bollywood.
This is what I work out to. I just don't think I can play any of these songs. Hip Hop Edition workout on Spotify. You guys know Sage the Gemini?
You know Gemini?
Apparently not.
Always
You guys know Ja Rule?
always on time. Gave you my
Oh, what is What's
No, it's that speed message. You understand?
I'm not always there to call, but I'm always on time. And I gave you my all. Now, baby, be mine. I'm not always there to call, but I'm always on time. And I gave you my all. Now, baby, be mine.
Late night lover, the one that's way big like Joe, brother. I got another thing to need to explain, but baby, you know the name. The love is about man, so stop playing, drop the order straight. 6 nights a game for having down the things. I can't wait no more. It's about the best trick to show they time me. I got the big deep ballet. I'm just outside dirty, fast without a say. I love to see that ass move the shades. Put out in the bed, while I'm getting your brains. You never get me to snap. I'm smacking your ass and fucking your whole mouth. We share something so rare.
I'm not always there to call, but I'm always on time. And I gave you my all. Now, baby, be mine. I'm not always there to call, but I'm always on time. And I gave you my all. Now, baby.
Okay, we have Naya Williams, Kayla from Puerto Rico, Oscar, Juan, and David. Welcome.
Come on, pull it together. It's only the sunshine.
I don't know if they make it. You guys have like a platform, like, you know, the Chinese restaurants in the middle. You can turn all the dishes.
Yeah, the lazy
Lazy
Susan in the middle.
Susan.
I want a lazy Susan for
We
this
have
thing.
one made out of wine barrel.
I have
The words like the that you the day a job letter. It took my bed
Good one,
from
wine
G and
barrel.
cut the leather. Bitch, you know better.
Did you have some wine before the meeting?
I got 2 and 3 hoes for every
The car core would be the problem. Go run around, right?
Ricky.
So rare, who cares? You can,
I'm not always there to call, but I'm always on time. And I gave you.
Hey, some new fashion moves. Y'all ready? I had a custom appointment. Went to a place called Suit Supply in Miami Beach. It was awesome. I had personal appointment with a guy named Daniel Falcone, who from New York came down, tailored me up. It was awesome. Yeah, he knew you. And yesterday I saw Miguel for my follow-up, and it was really cool. And he said, "What do you do? You in consulting? Because you travel so much." And I said, "In sales. What do you sell?" So I'm a sales trainer, but you know, it's hard to explain. But have you heard of Cutco's? Yeah, my cousin sold that stuff. It's awesome. Been around since like 1940 something. Like, how do you know this? Because I read the whole book. It was awesome. I don't need the knives, but I spent like $200. Jesus, those things are sharp. So, Nicolas Ketchum. Did we have a Nick Ketchum from West Venezuelan guy from?
Ketchum.
I told you it rings a bell. I don't.
Yeah. So his cut. I don't know. He goes to school in Rhode Island. That's all I know. So,
I mean, he probably only works for like a week.
yeah, probably made like $400 and quit.
Probably.
That's like our team.
What?
2 promotions, not for me.
Oh man, that's my,
So ready? The new thing? Texture ties.
that's my favorite.
Texture ties.
Are those the Twitter logo?
Yeah, I put the. It's actually the Wazer. The Wazer.
The ways.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
And no tie bar because there's a lot going on already. So at least I chose that. But anyway, Wazer and Nick Ketchum. That's the rule. Right now.
Now, baby, be mine. I'm not always there when you call, but I'm always on time. And I gave you my
Hey, Daniel. What's the clap where you go? Where's the cap? Daniel.
Does anybody, do you know a Christian Fernandez? Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah. Start out where? Randy's house? That's like a message.
If everyone could do me a favor, if you haven't printed it, that's totally fine. If you could pull up the agenda and the handouts while we're at it, and then get off Wi-Fi, please. That would be perfect.
Get off me Wi-Fi.
Get off me Wi-Fi, please. So all the handouts.
Baby, I'm not always there when you call, but I'm always on time. And I gave you my all. Now, baby, be mine. I'm not always there when you call, but I'm
Charles, come here.
always on time. And I gave you my all. Now, baby, be mine. Always there when you call.
Good. He's tied. It was good. You just wait 5 minutes.
No, we get 2 square meals a day.
That's the way you bring the rest of it. That's just to protect them. Look good. How you look good.
Nothing but the
Nothing but the motherfucker. Yeah.
Whoa.
So I
Advance
can't beat
Auto
it.
Parts.
No. Language, please. Pull over.
It's the commitment to maintain an engine through the 300,000 mile mark. It's burning the midnight oil to finish a job most guys would rather handle.
And today's Andrew Evans' birthday. Yeah.
Speed perks from Advance Auto Parts. Spend $120
Every day's his
off your
birthday.
next qualified purchase. No
It
cars,
said he really is
no
his birthday.
points, no nonsense. Advance Auto Parts for guys who love getting under the hood. See the store this morning. Visit speedperks.com.
Yeah, why is that?
I'll answer you.
Yeah.
I can't. I already know we can't play this because of the title alone. You can't play it. You know that song? No. Yeah. I looked at the title like we're clearly not going to play this right now.
I have a couple songs in my collection. Like, oh no, skip that.
All right, get yourself right, everybody. 30 seconds. Make it 90 seconds. Get yourself right. Get your last text messages out of the way. The last Snapchats and Instagrams and Facebooks and all that stuff. That's appropriate. Hey! Oh. Okay. Hey, you gotta love Next Level. This is how Next Level should be. So thank you everybody for showing up on time. Want to give props. Happy props to the following. Andrew Evans will watch this later. So happy birthday. Let's give him a little belated happy birthday. Happy birthday, Andrew.
Happy birthday, Andrew.
And I don't mind sharing this. I didn't really ask him, but I said, so who in your past, I've had calls with Andrew every week for the past 2 months. And I said, so who in the past have people told you look like besides Ryan Gosling? He goes, well, in college, Ryan Gosling. But in high school, Ellen DeGeneres. And man, Andrew, you've evolved, my friend.
Have you seen the infamous picture?
I don't want it. Probably. Welcome, Kenneth Pagan. Welcome, Juan Armstrong. Welcome, Oscar Parada. Welcome, David Vargas, who I believe is in process of letter of intent. Welcome, Dorcas Castro. Later, welcome, Sonny Maldonado. Good luck with your art project or art field trip in New York, I believe. Welcome, Nia Williams in the Virgin Islands. Welcome, Esteban Recht. Welcome later again, Andrew Evans. And welcome, of course, Miss Kayla Craw. So good to see everyone. For the wolf. For the kids. She wants for the kids?
No, she
Yeah,
wants
no,
to
it's for the kids.
She wants what?
She wants
For the wolf. Okay, it'll be for the kids. For the kids. If you could pull the agendas out. So welcome. I want to get rolling here. NLG, Next Level Group. I had a really awesome discussion with Scott, and I want to share this with you. As you may or may not know, I'm giving a message next week at SLC. I'm pretty pumped. It's been 5 years since I've spoken at SLC. And it's one of those, 20 people get to speak in the whole company. So I'm really pumped. It's towards division managers, and it's like a two-part message. And my message is how to utilize the pilot to lead the division. Right? How do you get programs to go through the division? If you guys are running an office, you know what that means. How do you start a program through the pilot? How do you lead in sales through the pilot? How do you work a division manager schedule and still balance offices through the pilot? So forth and so forth. And one of the things they talked about is how do you develop lots of candidates out of the pilot? How do you develop this branch success? And one of the top things I will put, and I always put, is in 2009, we created this funky group called Next Level. I don't know how we got to Next Level. It makes sense, right? Next Level group, but that was like the cool Gamboa phrase, a la A player, a la Drive to 25, a la, I'm really good with themes. That's like my thing. And Next Level group should always be the group that if for some crazy reason things were to fall apart and there's no more Florida Caribbean division, the Next Level group fully staffs the division, exports, and the division is fine. It's the top tier level group. Now here's the interesting thing. We're starting to add A player to the mix. Doesn't necessarily mean if you're Next Level that you're an A player either, right? A player is kind of like an intangible, tangible thing. A players are like always on time, but then there are things like, oh, well, they're just good people. You can't really measure that, right? Yeah, I have this like internal A player meter that has no rhyme or reason in some way. So I don't want to undervalue this group. This isn't the group that just comes in early with Jeff. This is the group that gets accelerated training. This is the group that should have more financial, mental, and tactical stability. And this is the group, for all intents and purposes, this is the FC. And everyone else who rises to the level of Next Level is just getting extra. Like I would call it right now the hot hand. And you don't say anything. You know this and you know this. Anyone want to guess who the hot hand first year is? Like the hot hand, hottest hand right now. Like the first year that's making moves that's more impressive than several NLG. No one want to guess? You want to guess? Michael Musabe. Michael Musabe, last night, grand day yesterday, or practically grand day yesterday, hasn't stopped. About to run his first interview in a week. Startup is on point over a grand. Sign up for Olean, letter of intent. Everything you want in a candidate, Michael Musabe is. And every year you have one or two, sometimes three people to this point like that. After this prep, you have another one or two emerge. By Olean, another 3 to 4 emerge. But that should all be extra. The term ancillary. Extra to Next Level group. Okay? And sometimes we have people, and some of you on this broadcast are here live. You go through Next Level, you get the 10% that are gung-ho, 10%. And it's even natural to go through D2 and Next Level. It's okay. It's just not okay to stay there. That's the difference. It's completely fine to go through D2 and all that funky low commitment stuff you go through as a Next Level member. The thing that's not acceptable is not seeking coaching and not working through it in an assertive and a very mature perspective kind of way. And that's the thing I love about Next Level. It should be an easier group to work with because everyone's got level heads. It's like with the division managers. When someone loses their head, they're cool. And division managers lose their cool. When someone has a challenge, and division managers have our level and our version of whatever you guys go through. It's the easiest group to work with because at the end of the day, we all have mature perspective. And if not, one of us will pull each other aside and call each other out for the wrong term. But like, it's like, hey, what's up with that? What was that at the meeting? And we talk amongst each other. We work it out. And at the end of the day, we don't take things personally. We don't ever attack each other personally. We address things on the spot. We don't hold grudges. We don't hold things back. We're very clear in communication. We're not passive aggressive, holding grudges. I mean, it's just a very mature group, and that's why we run the region, if you will. Now, here's the cool thing. Do you want to run the division? If that's the case, have Next Level attitude, okay? So we'll do a quick round. What's hot, what do you appreciate? And what's hot, what do you appreciate? And biggest thing you're focused on leaving this Saturday to move your matrix. Let's do that. We'll start with Ricky. We'll go around, and we'll Luke. And then if you're on broadcast, just WhatsApp it right now. What's hot, what do you appreciate? And biggest thing you're looking forward to moving your matrix with, and how after this meeting?
What's hot is just getting started on time. It's kind of to your point, we have a very mature Next Level group compared to past years, and I'm excited to work with everyone here. What I appreciate is I appreciate Daniel for just learning it very quickly, and he's been absorbing all the information and knowledge of being a co-PSM is like a sponge.
Yep.
And I appreciate just our next AGL class that's going to be the AGL class is coming in later on this evening because a lot of us have mentees in there, and it's excited to really fuel them with the information that we wish we would have known when we first started. Our first time, second time, whatever. And then biggest thing that I can do to move my matrix forward, I would say connect more with my mentees and help them first before helping myself.
I think so too. And then all the things we talked about, like whatever you're most insecure on, work on the most. I think that's a big thing for all of you. Ricky and Daniel and I discussed that Thursday. Cool. Miss Erica, thanks, Ricky.
What's hot is being home always, and what I appreciate is the lovely dinner I got to spend with my family last night. And I would say biggest move leaving here Saturday or leaving here today would be reaching out to Carlos and just asking him what can I do throughout this process that will take my training to the next level.
There you go. Good. Daniel.
What's hot is the decision I took today to have an awesome day today. And what I appreciate is just HL today.
Okay. Good. And moving your matrix, how?
Just learning what I don't know as far as training and as far as thinking, as far as bringing it office, as far as PSM and stuff like that.
Good. Charles.
Yes. What's hot is going to school. What I appreciate is just being here and have the opportunity to have a chance to be a better person. And my biggest active step would be just improving my interview and helping Garrett help build his office.
There you go. Good. So Gavin.
What's hot is I've had a very good week. Had some challenges getting more appointments booked, but I'm grinding it out. Feel positive about it. What I appreciate is all you guys. Hoping to learn a lot from you guys today and as later on for those of you that are going to be in the normal group. What I'm looking to do to move my matrix forward is to really get in on all the office stuff. Yeah, functions.
Yeah, get your hands dirty.
Yeah, I'd like to get over here sometime and do pre-screens, run interviews.
Yeah, we'll set that up during the break. Okay. Mr. Blake.
What's hot? My little brother said his first word yesterday. Yes. So that's
Say yes.
Yeah. He said yes 3 times. So
Yes.
Better than
Yes.
no, right? Yeah, he was like yes, yes, yes. I was like, oh,
Yes, man.
great. What I appreciate is the conversation I had with my mom. We haven't seen her in a while, so we've just been connecting a lot more through the phone. And biggest thing, what I'll do to move my matrix, I definitely get a lot more steroids in to help my office out, and just connect with Karina more, so then that way I can just bigger brain throughout this entire fall, so I can get the most out of it.
Okay, good. Franco.
What's hot for me is this past week, personally, it was a good growing experience for me, just personally with family. What I appreciate, I would say, is just the opportunity of giving back. When you lack energy, I feel like you should always give it. And the biggest thing that I think would move my matrix score up is just really communicating more. and getting things done.
Yeah.
Really, just
Good
with
point.
Karina and with you as well.
Okay, good point. When you lack energy, give it, right? I used to always say that. I still do from time to time.
What's hot? Gators have the biggest game of the season today. Excited for that one.
What do you play?
Tennessee.
Oh.
It's our SEC East rival. We have a chance to win.
Tennessee.
And just being back together with the pilot group and the others, but the pilot crew specifically. And biggest move to move my matrix, I would say I want to get some more steroids under my belt. I think steroid program is a very important thing, and I witnessed an office built on steroids this summer, so I want to be able to replicate that.
Yeah, I think if you go 1 year from today and you look at all the successful offices, you'll say, yeah, that office was built on steroids. That office was built on steroids. That's like it's not the new move. It's just, since 1990s when I started, people talked about we should really target our best people and duplicate that. There was no set PR program. There was no steroid, and let alone steroid program. But the great late Marty Dimitrovich, one of the greatest founders of our marketing company, of Vector, used to always say that the key is having a not multi-level, but multi-level duplicatable, like if you know how it grows fast, downlink. You guys know multi-level companies where you have your downline and all that. Right. Like the rapid growth of that, but not multi-level. Because we get that, and I think years later, Marty, rest his soul, man, I think we're getting close to that. So, yes, sir, go for it.
What's also hot is that a week from now, it's going to be really hot in Mexico.
Oh, true.
And,
yeah, Cancun's pretty hot.
Who's going to be in Cancun? I'll be in Cancun. Cool. Andrew Evans will be in Cancun. Hey, first round on me. Okay.
Second on me.
Yeah, it doesn't get old.
Speaking of steroids, I saw Caroline Combo the other day.
Really?
Oh, tell her said
She was
hi.
at UF the other day, actually.
She was having dinner with her parents.
How's your swimming going?
Really good.
Hey, Jonathan Heisman said, what's hot? He's doing well in exams. Appreciates mom. Train's concerned. Is starting to make receptionist calls. Good. Kayla did well on her first Arabic test because she speaks 9 languages. Appreciates these preps and how they keep you grounded. Biggest matrix move, learning and mastering the interview. What's hot for Esteban? Got through hell week of exams in school. Appreciate growth and circles of influence. And then mastering the PR program. And on La Isla Dorcas, great rehearsal for her play because she's into the fine arts. Supported the team and family. Biggest move is service calls and talking to possible sponsors. I love that. Began, we are on the final stage of the push. Pals help, family support. And then biggest move for the matrix is focusing on personal sales. We got a couple more coming through. So one thing I do want to say, and I'm just this is not in the flow of my mouth. Bless you. And I want to say this to everybody. Let me make sure everyone's facing. So I'll say this out of flow. Sales suck right now. CPO sucks. Right? It sucks. It sucked. It's not good. And what's bad about that is not just the simple fact that it's a push. It's what it does, what that means for your startup, what that means for your confidence, what that means for this. When a candidate says, I don't have gas money, right? You just go down that road. When a candidate says, I can't afford, you go down that road. When a candidate says, well, my startup, and I say, hey, if you're going to be a real, right, I'm going to put in the convo, an A player. This is a conversation I had on Tuesday with our district managers. In the convo, you're 500 plus in startup, and you're either sign up for Olean or letter of intent, not both. Like you get that minimum, okay, you're kind of in the conversation, but that's it. That's the best that you're at. A player, you're 1,000, Olean, and you'll have a letter in. Okay, so I would say you take this out, then you're like in the conversation. Anything less than 500, you're not even in the conversation right now. Right now, you can change that. Not sign up for Olean, that's not in the conversation. How many of you have run an office before? Yeah, you don't go to Olean, you don't run an office. Like that's just, like it is physically impossible. I'll use, one of our candidates who here. Bryce, this would be good for you to follow up on because he's your guy. Bryce has a wedding that weekend. I understand that, so that should. What should be very urgent for Bryce is to connect with me and work something out. But not going to Olean is not an option for this guy. If he has to come after the wedding and, wedding's what, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, probably some personal family stuff like brunch, I would just imagine. Fly from Sunday and he would be excused from the Saturday session. I don't love that, but I do know that he will make it. And if he doesn't make it, what happens? Okay. And so forth and so forth. So CPA right now is not positive. And that I just have to say, that has to change. We can't be the division that's all lovey-dovey, personal growth, but broke. Doesn't matter how strong your perspective is. Doesn't matter how much you appreciate your circles of influence and how they make you feel getting through D1 and D2. If you're broke in your own bedroom with no gas money, no car, it doesn't matter. This is a business, not a personal help seminar. This is a business. This is a high-level business. This is a business where we focus on personal growth. But at the end of the day, this is still a business, folks. Why you run a branch? To build a business. Why do you run a second-year branch? To build and grow a business, not just, otherwise you just go to, I don't know, go to like a youth group center and hang out and talk to people and teach circles of influence and have lovey-dovey conversations. And I hate to I'm almost like bashing what's our culture, but I'm bashing our broke culture. We have too many people that don't sell enough Cutco, and it's really, I'm really sick of it. And it's going to move on. Those of you that are in that boat, whether you're virtual or not, you'll know it's you. And if you don't step up, you're not going to be here long because you have to be able to sell. I had a candidate say, well, I understand why if I don't sell, I feel like I suck. Yes, that's true, because you won't be around. It's not a personal attack. If you don't sell, you won't have money for startup. Now, what if you have a lot of startup? Then you don't have to worry about it. But why is selling important there? If you already have like how much do you have? He has $6,000. I'm not too concerned with him selling a lot to make money. Why would I want Luke to step up in sales? To make an example, right? And knowing that he's not from the area, like for example, I think it was last push, Alex Thomas. Alex Thomas is not, he's from here. Alex Thomas is in Missouri. He's also a freshman. There's like 3 factors. John Heisman, not here. He's away. He's a freshman. 1 or 2 demos, 1 or 2 sales of even decent orders there, to me, not having an office, not having a car, being virtual, is just as impressive as Musa Bay's grand day yesterday for me, knowing the situation. Now, again, it's fluid. It's not like black or white. It's not like that. So just keep that in mind, that the sales, like we sell Cutco at the end of the day, and that sparks everything. That determines the trips you're going on. That determines your paycheck. That determines everything. So don't forget that. Don't forget that. Otherwise, we could just run. This is just the Jeff Gamboa Florida Caribbean Personal Help Seminar. And I should try and compete with Anthony Robbins. I mean, like, that's all that is. So don't forget about personal sales. There's also, and I want you to write down, whether in your notes or how journaling, however you're taking notes today. I want you to write down this phrase, okay? Steel yields steel, okay? And there's actually different ways to say that. Cool. Steel yields steel. Anyone know what that means? That's like another, probably the ninth. Then it's the ninth. That's the ninth, or I'm sorry. Yeah, the ninth different way to say a very common theme in AGL.
80-10.
What's that?
It's an 80-10.
No. That's a good guess. Steel yields steel. I'll go back. Three-step tempering process.
Right.
Tell me about that. What is steel yield steel, Gavin?
No, you can't get hard steel unless you're pounding it with hard steel.
Yeah, you have to go through hell to get hard as hell. It's another way. I made that quote up. That one you can quote me. I don't know where that came from. Steel yield steel. That's a Baltimore Ravens coach, John Harbaugh. He loves that. It's some name from the Bible, but it's steel to create steel. Okay. A smooth sea never skilled a sailor. That's the same. It's the same thing.
So yield doesn't mean like pause.
Yeah, yield creates. Yeah, yield like welds.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay. So steel welds steel, and you have to do that. Like that's what selling also is about. When you have someone who's under $15,000 in sales, just by nature, I don't think anyone is here. If you are, then don't raise your hand. Like, if you're under 15 grand, you just don't understand the true battles of selling yet. You don't. You can't. And if you had a 20 plus grand, if you had a 15 plus grand fast start and you're only 20 or 25 grand, I still think you don't also, any rich prep school kid can sell 10 grand for their fast start, let's be honest. Mommy, daddy's best friend, fine. But how do you sell 15, 20 for your fast start? Forget the fast starts. Most of you didn't have a 10K fast start. You did, so I didn't forget, right? At this point, we're going to take you to like California or Vegas at this point. It's like accruing interest or something. We're gonna by the time you turn 21 and legal, we're going to go into Vegas. Oh, that's right. We're going to Vegas. We're going to Vegas tonight. Here's what's important. Like you have to go through that process to understand what reps are going through. And when someone's under 50, I would even say if you're under 30 grand in sales and the rep says, Gab, I don't think this works. You don't have that I've sold 30 grand, insert explicative, that not at the person saying it, but like to the concept if you can't make money selling knives. So you're like, no. When you sell 76 grand your first summer and make $27,000 in 3 months, no one's gonna tell me this doesn't work. No one's gonna sit with me and as an assistant manager and tell me it doesn't work. When I'm a branch manager and this prep school kid, Ben Shirley Quirk, I know if you his name, Ben Shirley, it's hyphenated, Shirley and then Quirk. Thank goodness for the mom's maiden name, Ben Quirk. When he comes up to me and he goes to Mount Hebron High School, one of the richest public schools in the country, and says, I don't know if this works, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. And we get him to 15 grand for the summer, he's an old. But he was ready to quit at whatever, June 1999. But there's no I said, you're gonna sell Cutco, there's no way this doesn't work. But when you're 12, 15 grand, you're like, yeah, I know what you mean. Right? Yeah, I know what you mean. It's hard when you don't have money. Man, how do you run a branch? How are you an assistant that way? So just food for thought. I'm gonna stop.
Preach.
I'm preaching. Please take a look up here. This is not going to change from now until the next prep. The next prep is October 10th. It's only 2 weeks away. This isn't going to change. This is what you're required to be observing on a daily basis. If you're in Gainesville, if you're here, if you're in Tampa, it doesn't matter. If you're in Rockville, I don't want you to do anything extra outside of this unless you're an assistant. Okay? So this is how it works. If you're an assistant in an office, like I tell this to our staff in the pilot on Monday staff meetings. If you're first year, your time, 3 to 5 plus hours a week, and I say plus because if you want to go higher, you can get more training. Minimum 3 should be on running and watching interviews, steroid interviews being set up and watching them being conducted, clipboarding program, and on-campus interviews, which is where you run the steroid on the campus. Anything outside of that, you're wasting your time. You shouldn't be, even like the example was Jasmine. I know she didn't have a ride. I know she was just here, and I know her friends were in training. I would still rather her go into the back and to get YouTube of the interview than to watch day 3 training. Right? And I think it's honorable and I think it's great. But see, it's our responsibility if you're managing AGL candidates, so this would be really Ricky and Daniel. If you're managing candidates, it's our responsibility to keep their attention on the right thing. Hey Jasmine, awesome. I love that you want to watch this, but look, since you're here and since you don't have a ride, let's move your matrix. Okay, remember the things that Jeff wanted you to work on? Let's find a video. Let's do that. Right? I don't think there's anything bad in her watching our training, but let's have, so Ricky and Daniel, this is my pilot meeting for you guys. Let's make sure they're focused on this. For you guys, it's the same 5, but you add on opening comments of day 1, red zone day 2, Sunday kickoff meeting, that's it. So it's the same 5, but add those 3. If you're an assistant, you guys, who's on pay in Gainesville? Okay, so you guys might do a couple things extra. But when it comes to what you can learn, don't go beyond that. Don't go beyond this because we're just trying to make it really streamlined with your training. We haven't done this in a long time. Usually it's just whatever you can train and watch the training here. But I'm just telling you, if first like Musabe is right now my eyes on him. If we put him through this funnel and it's just really intentional, it's not like learn as much as you can. I think he will have a less overwhelmed, much more productive, and focused on the Focus 5, well trained in the Focus 5 branch with Michael Musabe, because he won't know certain things, but it doesn't matter. It's like, how do you do that? Oh, I don't know, but I know how to do that really well. Okay, I don't know, but I know those six talks and training. What's that? Thank you. Like I don't know training, but I know those 6 talks because since September I've been learning it. Okay. I don't know everything there is to run an office, but I do know the wheel of death, beach ball. 1 second. 2 seconds. Yeah, I don't know everything, but I know this. This is worth taking a snapshot on your phone, putting the picture in your laptop, or putting it as your screensaver. Or I'm just making an example. This needs to be in your face because anything outside of this is maybe for round 2 branch. But if you're running an office for the first time, even second time, just focus on this because odds are you didn't do this the first time anyway. Right? Who ran an office here? What percentage of this did you really focus on in training?
Like
25, yeah. Maybe 50, yeah. That's okay. But now, never again. All right? Never again.
Hamas.
That's it. Okay. So I'm gonna stop there for a second. Questions or comments? Just want to get that up to you guys. Yes? No? Okay. Yes, sir.
My only comment is that if you haven't run an office yet, this is like it just so makes it so much easier because it's so concentrated. That kind of to Jeff's point that if you don't know anything else, but you know those 6 things and plus the extra stuff that we're talking about, I mean, the rest of the stuff doesn't matter. Like the rest of the stuff you'll kind of like learn on your own.
It doesn't.
You'll pick up, and if you mess it up, it's not gonna be the end of the world. But those main things are gonna move it. That's like the macros.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. What's in, by the way, did you guys see the syllabus from Chris yet? Oh, it's pretty awesome. One of the chapters is cheat meals, beers, and ice cream.
Oh.
Oh,
That's
guess
pretty
what
cool.
I got?
Cheat meals, beers, and ice cream? Skinny cow.
Yeah.
Sandwiches, snickerdoodle.
Cookies and cream.
Cookies and cream, that's my second one. And then the salted caramel pretzel one. Anyway, moving on. Here's what's really important, okay? Just those 5 things. Because when I was a branch manager, I had a super high productivity. I only launched 32 people the whole summer. I think in the summer, June, the seminar I sent you a video YouTube of, we launched 32 that training. Right? So in one training this summer on June 18th, that's what I launched my whole summer in Howard County, Maryland. But that crew sold $124,000.
Oh.
Okay? I'm not good at anything, but I was good at those 5 things. And we didn't have PR, so I was good at Focus 4 if you could. Okay? All my reps, my average rep sold $6,000 for the summer. $4,000 for the summer. And if you know the whole matrix, it's huge. So just concentrated effort. Any hot updates? I'm not going to go through sales because there are not really any hot updates right now yet. Okay. I think those of you that have mentors and mentees, you need to have a conversation with them about coming back strong and having appointments. If you have a mentee right now, I'd say, hey, I'm at a next level meeting. I would get on the phone if I were you before you come to this meeting because you don't want to report 0, 0. What are your sales? 0. How many are you upset? 0. You don't want to report 0, 0. That doesn't look good. It doesn't. And it's not a fear tactic. It's the truth. It doesn't look good when you're 0, 0 for the push. Is anyone here 0, 0? Okay, you got to change that. It's really important. So we'll move forward. Any updates on getting out of finals? Conversations that have been had, and I want to know. And if you're on broadcast, post any hot updates on getting out of finals. Go ahead, Franco.
Yeah, it wasn't too hard for me to get out of finals the final week.
Okay, so you're like absolved from finals, or you can take them early.
I can take them early.
Cool. You know how many weeks early?
I can take them early because it's all online.
Awesome. Okay, nice job. And I would set that up to be out as early as the first week of end of November. How about this? As soon after Thanksgiving as possible. That's what we did try and do because I'll be running 2 seminars in the pilot, and you guys get to pick which one to observe. You can observe both if you want to. But the sooner you can get into the pilot or into Karina's office or into the San Juan office, the better. Updates on finals?
Same thing. The class that I had with Franco, I got out of that early since it's all online. Yeah. And the second one with psychology, he was pretty cool too. Like, yeah, I understand. So just let me know ahead of time.
Yeah. Okay, you just have to ask.
Yeah.
Any other updates on finals? Okay, now some of you haven't asked yet. It's really important to get into the habit. Even if you get out of a couple of finals early, if you could open up your planners. Let me give you a projected date. And I'm not pushing this for the first year because they're having a hard enough time deciding whether to go to Olin or not. Right? Let alone get out of finals early. Okay. Our December prep is the weekend of the 18th and 19th. And so you should have this in your syllabus, and ideally you already have this in your planner. If not, that's okay. You should update it. But the 18th and 19th weekend is the next level, is the prep before we go into the holiday, the big dance. Okay? The thing that's really important are the two weekends before. Weekend 10, 11, 12, weekend 3rd, 4th, 5th. Okay? I will be here running with Ricky those 2 training seminars. And as a branch manager candidate, district manager candidate, you get to pick one or both of those seminars to watch. Because not everyone will get a chance to run a training. But everyone will get a chance to, of course, all the trainings are on video, but you'll get a chance to watch a live seminar. And that's different because you'll get a chance to ask questions. I'll tell you what to look for. Hey, Franco, we're about to go into day 2 value. I want you to watch this and watch how I say this and prepare for this. When you go on YouTube, you just watch the video. I'm going to prepare the talk. You get to observe the talk and script it with your already scripted notes, and then we get to debrief every section. These trainings are like, I add an extra 1.5 to 2 hours to these trainings because it's all debriefing the whole time. Debrief. That's why Ricky will like help role play while I debrief with you guys. Like this, like when the districts came in. Ricky, watch the role play. Guys, let's debrief. So I add like 2 hours to every day, all for you guys to watch a live training and ask all the questions. And sometimes it's your only shot to do so. So the sooner you can get out, if you go back 1 month, go back to November. Thanksgiving is on the 26th. Is that the same every year? It's always the 26th? No.
No.
Okay, that's always a Thursday?
Yeah.
Yes, because the next day is shopping day, Black Friday. Why it's gotta be black? You smiled like you wanted to say that.
Come on, Daniel. Put it together.
26th is Thanksgiving. The sooner after Thanksgiving you can get out, the better. Like if you can get out and take your last finals week of the 30th, the better. Worst case, everyone's taking their finals week of the 7th. If you're not getting out early at all, you're going all the way till the 18th. You don't want to be there. Cool. Okay. Any other out of finals early? Let's see what's up here. Oscar said, I'm on trimester instead of semester, so I will finish on the final week of October.
What?
How about that?
Okay. Dorcas, I got out of 3 finals so far. Talking to other professors, biggest tip would be to be responsible in class and attentive. I agree. They need to know you. They need to know you. So, okay. Questions, comments? Any sponsorship updates? New ones? I know, Blake, you got sponsorship furniture. Any other sponsorship updates? I would be willing to sponsor you, son, nephew, best friends, daughter's best friend. Nothing. Okay, what are you getting?
It's not official. It's just this certain lady who I guess mentored me. She was like, "Oh yeah, just keep me posted." Right now, I'm nothing up this person like who lives at my house, but afterwards I'll be able to help you out. So I don't know if it's monetary wise, but
Okay, well, she could operate on you for free.
No,
lie down. Right? Okay. Okay. That was a good one. Any mentor-mentee updates? Okay, here's what I'd like to do. If I were to go around, who do you have as your mentor, if you have one? Raise your hand if you have a mentor I've given you. Or mentee, rather. Like sorry. If I have you coaching people. Who, and have you connected?
Musabe, and yes. And then John Heisman, and yes.
Okay.
Oh no, I have a mentor.
Okay. Who's your mentor?
Kayla.
Have you connected? Awesome.
RJ and
And you've connected with both. Okay.
Gavin, Vitor, and Mia.
Have you connected with all 3?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Ali and Annie, and connected with both. Had a call with Ali, setting up a call with Annie.
Awesome.
Bryce, Esteban, and Kenneth.
Uh-huh.
And I've talked to Bryce. I've talked to Esteban. I haven't reached out to Kenneth yet.
Okay. So Kenneth, you got your wishes, my friend. He was adamant about.
Can you text me? Because I don't have his
Yeah. Can you text Ricky?
I'm on the WhatsApp.
On the WhatsApp, your phone number, so the whole world can get your phone number. Kenneth. Beautiful. Okay, let's do this. I want to revisit the 8-player discussion real quick. Okay. Do me a favor. I would like you to go around, go on your notes. I'm gonna give you 1 minute. And we're gonna revisit this every prep, take a picture, and then compare it. I think this is a really interesting exercise because a lot of times what comes out is what you think an 8-player is based on where you're at personally, or where the business is at. If you just messed up completely with the division manager and you completely slept through something, a couple of you are in that situation, like you might put, okay, to be an 8-player, you gotta be on time. Because okay, I wasn't an 8-player and that's what I did wrong. But sometimes when you can step back, it's good to know when you're not in a position of, like, not weakness, but when you're coming from that position, it's good to know. List the top 3 to 5. 5, give me 5. 5 characteristics of an 8-player. If you had to take over the FC and Jeff had to go on a 3-month sabbatical, and I said, you know what, the FC is in, Charles, your hands. Erica, FC is all yours. But I need you to only spend time with the 8 players. Here's the criteria. Give me the 5 right now. Give me 1 minute. Just write them down. And whatever comes to your head, don't look at past notes. Right now, if you were to create an A player, what are the 5 attributes of an A player? Someone who is the person you want to have versus the person you can have. Someone you want to build the team around. Someone, if you could duplicate and steroid that person, you'd have an almighty team of high-powered, easy to manage, fun to work with, just people. Give me 5. And then in Puerto Rico, just go ahead and post your 5 on the WhatsApp. Give me another 30 seconds. A player. Okay, let's start listing them. We'll go this way. Luke, give me 5.
Integrity, punctuality,
Integrity, which is like ethics.
being a man of your word.
Punctual.
Punctuality, be on time. Productivity,
Productive.
consistency.
Consistent. Okay.
I put verbs in sales, self-motivated.
Say what is it like?
Sales just
Sales produce.
Self-motivated, growth motivated,
So growth oriented.
professional,
Self-motivated.
professional, and I put recruiter.
Professional. Recruiter. Okay. Give me a player in general. Go ahead, a player. Quickly.
So great productivity,
So productive. Okay. Yep.
great communication,
Communicator. Okay.
low maintenance, level-headed,
Low maintenance. We'll put level-headed, which is also composure.
and a positive office influence.
Circle of influence. Okay. Next one.
Driven.
Self-drive. We'll put that as self-motivated.
Integrity.
Integrity. Yes.
Self-aware.
Self-aware.
Competence. And courageous.
Competent. And courageous. Okay. Charles.
Motivated,
Self-motivated.
coachable,
What was that one?
coachable,
Coachable. I like that.
fundamentally sound.
Okay. So competence.
Yeah, charismatic, and goal-oriented.
Okay. We'll go Daniel, Erica, Ricky.
Rick,
I put responsible,
Responsible. Put that under professional. Responsible.
leader,
Hold on. Actually, wait. Where would you put professional under? Under responsible. Under integrity? No. Responsible. Let's put,
I
okay.
think that's done.
it's a yes.
I agree. Go ahead.
Leader,
Leader.
high-powered sales, pursuit of
Where's
growth,
sales? Huh?
pursuit of growth, punctual, and
Growth oriented.
Yeah,
Where's
three.
growth oriented? Where's punctual? Here.
who made you pick?
Okay. Erica.
Prompt,
Okay.
disciplined,
Ooh, I put self motivated. No.
It's different.
Yep.
ambitious.
Okay. I put goal oriented or no?
Yeah.
Or is that different? No. Goal oriented is like stage, like
Yeah.
benchmarks. You said ambitious.
Yeah.
We'll put big thinking.
I like that.
What else?
Leadership
Leadership.
and consistent.
Where's consistency?
Let's lay it down.
Consistency.
It's up there.
Here.
So,
No. Fourth one.
What is that? Courageous. Okay.
There you go.
Rick, I'm gonna give this to you if you could.
Oh, I had some really good ones.
Yeah, yours. Actually, Erica, can you read them off to me?
Student.
Good, Ricky.
Relentless,
Relentless. So we'll put relentless and persistent. Okay.
visionary,
Big thinking. I'll put that under big thinking here.
gregarious,
So fun and charismatic.
social. Well, I'm saying like that's the same thing.
I'll put that social charismatic. Gregarious would be fun.
Organized,
Organized.
and then general.
Last one.
General, like it's like a leader, like someone who can command a room, someone who
Very
can
good.
Where's that?
Lead.
Leader right there.
Where do we put leader?
Third one on the third column.
We got responsible,
Okay. Responsible.
timely,
Prompt.
professional,
professional.
Pro
Yeah,
responsive, bottom left. There
Uh-huh.
you go.
productive,
E top. Second one down. The third one. Yeah, there you go.
and proactive. Yeah,
Okay.
that was a good one.
Next one.
Leading by example, it wasn't me.
Leader.
Self-motivated, team player,
Okay.
integrity,
Uh-huh.
high sales performance,
Uh-huh.
growth-oriented,
Growth.
accountability,
Accountable, integrity. Did we do something separate for accountable?
Well, I'm doing
Okay, next one.
on time,
Prompt.
integrity, dynamic,
Dynamic. I would put that under charisma.
level-headed,
Where's
Right there, composure.
humble,
Ooh.
ambitious.
Where's ambitious? Which is also
That'll be it there.
big thinking.
Productivity, consistency.
Numbers consistent. Okay.
We got responsible,
Top right.
Responsible. Top right.
on time, communication,
Where's communicator?
productive, growth, focused,
I would say self-motivated. No. Focus. Okay.
I was doing discipline because focus.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
One after that.
Sorry, I lost my place.
After focus.
Determined,
Determined.
goal-oriented,
Determined. Okay. Determined. Goal-oriented.
leader, charismatic, empathetic, productive, responsible, slash, good projection, leader,
Did you say projection?
self-motivated,
Projection.
Self-motivated. We're self-motivated.
Right.
Yep.
Responsible, punctual, attentive, confident.
Focus. I'll put that in. Where's focus? Under focus and discipline.
Yeah, discipline. And
Before focus. Or right after focus. I'm sorry.
I said responsible, punctual, attentive, confident, and then level. We got professional,
Where's
confident,
professional.
Bottom left.
confident, organized, looks to learn, so
Growth oriented. Where's that?
yeah.
Growth. Where's growth again?
Down.
Get more.
And productive.
Okay, that's it.
Yep.
All right.
This
Ready?
upper left is killing it, right?
Did you have had a question?
Sure.
As far as empathetic, is empathetic and sympathetic the same thing?
No, sympathy.
Sympathy is when you just show like interest, and like empathetic is
No, sympathy is not.
feeling.
It has nothing to do with
It's
interest.
not interest, but like
Sympathy feels
just feelings.
Like you feel bad
it's
for
nothing.
them.
You don't get involved, basically. Is that what sympathy is?
Sympathy is like feeling bad for them, and then empathy is like feeling with them.
One is for, one is with.
Yeah.
I can sympathize that you got hurt. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I can empathize because I totaled my car too.
Yeah.
Sympathy is the feeling towards. Empathy is a feeling relating. Cool. Take it from the perfect verbal score, SAT.
What'd you get?
What it meant. What was the SAT? Whatever the.
It was like.
No, 795. 795.
What was it when you took it? It was like.
What's that?
There were only 2 sections when you took it, right?
Yeah, it was math and verbal. Yeah. And I scored very high on my MCAT verbal, like written, and I was published in high school, so that I like all the words. Yes.
I just have a comment on.
This is important.
I just have a comment on being punctual. Like, I'm just trying to understand why it's something that's so valued to everyone when it's something that should be just
regular
standard. Like
It's like
Well,
standard.
no, I think that's a great discussion because it's a standard, but it depends on what culture you're from. You've ever heard, oh, well, we're just in Miami, so everyone's late. That's a cultural thing. That's a cultural acceptance. I know at, I'll use Heidi example, of course, Miami Children's Hospital, they're in Miami, and it's Miami time. And the attendant's like, there's no such thing as Miami time when someone's going to die. There's no Miami time. So the attending's not, oh, I'm on Miami time because I'm from Miami and I'm a doctor in Miami. How is that logical? That is an irresponsible label and to justify being late by Black people. Miami, it's not a Latin thing, it's just a Miami thing too. Latin people aren't the only ones that say it. So So I don't know. I agree. I think how to be CEO ties in with being an hour early and be 15 minutes behind. Maybe that's not always appropriate, but you'd be really surprised if you became known as hour early guy or girl, what would happen? I know you don't have to always be an hour early. I was an hour early today, but you don't always have to be an hour early. But if you are known as that person, I think there's a lot of positive connotations that go with that. A lot. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like,
You would think, right? You would think. And let me put some into perspective. If I were a gung-ho branch manager, I would be here earlier than everyone else and try to talk to the division manager and get time with him or her. You would think, but people don't think like that. People don't think like the CEO. For me, I go to meetings early because I get a little Scott time before everyone else. Right? I go in early. Hey, is there anything I can do to help? I do the same things I teach you. I go in early. Hey, Scott, is there anything I can do to anything you want me to know going into this meeting so I can support you? And I remember when I used to say, look at me. Now he's like, yeah, actually, I have a list. Here's some things I'm counting on you on. And can you have this conversation? When we have this discussion, I'd love for you to bring this point up. Or so-and-so's not feeling so good about this. Can we talk and see where he's at? So guess what? I'm the go-to guy now. Right? You got to work it. So, and I just think showing up, like, I'm not going to pull people out, but like, for example, Scott and Amar, we would run meetings. Like sometimes we would have people show up to the meeting and there's breakfast buffet. And they would put, let's say the meeting starts at 9, and they'd sit down and with their plate of food right at 9 o'clock. And then Amar's like, throw your food away. The meeting's starting at 9. This isn't an eating meeting. You should have been down here earlier to eat. And then the division manager is no longer division manager. Yeah, but I'm here. I'm just got my food. It's just a whole different attitude. You don't bring your food to your classes. You do. I guess you can. That's different, right? That's totally different. But let's say you have a professional seminar. You don't show up with your food there. You eat ahead of time, and you're prepared, and you're ready to roll, and you're sitting in the front. And that's really important because it shows how you're going to absorb the meeting. It's also a sign of respect. This is ego probably, but it's a sign of lack disrespect to the speaker. I'm going to eat while you talk. Sometimes I'll say I don't care, like depends on the meeting, but like I wouldn't eat while Scott's doing his opening comments as a sign of respect to my superior. Not just business, just in life. I was always taught when an adult's speaking, you stop. That's just what I was taught. So.
To your first comment about being on time and being early to any meeting or anything like that, I think something that I do really well with Ricky is I know I'm training day for Thursday. I know that Ricky has to take his time. I have to make sure that everything's on point, just to make sure that Ricky has like the right mindset going into training. I know that I have to make sure that, hey, Ricky, how are you doing during training? Are you like in the class?
Yeah.
And I know that's how Ricky appreciates it, and that's how.
Does anyone know? You're right, and that makes my heart sing because that's what I want Ricky to do when I'm running training. So, what's another reason being early is so important? If you're from a completely COO, you know what COO means?
Chief Operations.
So what are they in charge of? Like the operations and management, HR. Okay, yeah.
Not everything.
Some people don't know what operations are.
Not everything, just operations.
But think about this for a second. From an operational standpoint, why is being early as the leader, as the CEO, as the division, branch, district manager so important?
Set the tone.
Set the tone. What does that mean?
Meaning that you're going to put the ambiance in the room.
The ambience and the tempo. Okay, so the culture and the tempo. Erica,
You set up how you want it to operate.
Yeah, you set the meeting up ahead of time, and then when all the A players are there early, you have ambassadors of the person running the meeting the way they want it, and you have an awesome meeting. That's why showing up right at manager, it's called pre-conference. That's why when you're at a division meeting and you show up late for pre-conference, you're not invested in the team's effort to run an awesome SC1, SC2 division meeting. You're the a-hole, that's the weak link, because you couldn't get there on time. Right? Yet I always have this example. In this case, I guess it's Erica. I have Erica coming from Fort Myers, but the branch down the street can't get here on time. Leave earlier. But we're coming all the way from so-and-so. Leave earlier. Leave the night before. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So good point. So look, I just think it's really interesting. A leader, a responsible, self-motivated, growth-oriented, proactive, punctual, and has integrity. I think a lot of this has to do with the type of person you are. Okay? Being impressive, I think, is really important. There's a lot of anchor number 4 in here, and anchor number 1. True professional, and I'm going to move in a second, and aggressive pursuit of growth. There's a lot of that because I want to know that I have an A player who's always proactive and punctual. One that I would want to be
We have 2 proactives actually.
Thanks.
So I just noticed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we okay. So proactive. I would say circle of influence also is important because that helps you to be proactive, punctual. You're more responsible, and you're forced to be in a leadership position or look up to leader, growth oriented, and all that. Luke, you were gonna say something.
I think it's cool because we did the same exercise in Tampa for next level group, and it's cool to see kind of the difference between us and them. Their number one by far was attitude, and then after that it was accountability and consistency. Yeah. So it's kind of cool to see.
It's cultural, yeah.
FC next level group, and then.
And that makes me so happy because when I said to the division managers, you need to focus your energy on A players. We have a very limited, just like we tell our managers don't do $10 an hour work. We shouldn't do $100 an hour work. We should be doing $1,000 an hour work. And how does that work? You got to be very specific with your time. Stop like my talk. I don't mind. It's a little too much information, but not too much. Like I said, stop wasting on that. Stop wasting your time on that branch who you know is not branching. Right? Because everything they do shows you otherwise, but they keep talking the talk. Stop trying to save people. Let your PSM save people. Let your district save people. You give your energy to the A players, and that's it. Yeah, but I don't have room for growth. I don't have room for error. I have a small class. That's why you always have a small class. Because you keep focusing. You spread your energy thin. Stop taking that girl that doesn't want to hang out on dates. Go with that was the analogy I use. Go with the girl that every time you take her out, she's like, that was amazing. Like, you are so awesome. Not, oh yeah, well, I'm not sure if I might be busy. Well, then I use some choice words at the meeting. It's all guys, so.
Bless you.
Bless you, girl. Then bless you, girl. That song I think of, that was working out the other day. When you said it was over, you shine right through my heart. Who's that? Big Sean? Why made me get this tattoo? That's why I was single in college, and there's the rap part that I clearly got.
Oh, because I had you.
I had you. I was single in college. Why'd you make me get this tattoo? Why you call my mama? None of that order, and it rhymes. But that's the song.
That was pretty good. I'm impressed.
Picture, please, on both WhatsApps. Okay. Takeaways from this?
Penthouse after party. Onto Addy.
Okay.
That's on that.
Here's what we will continue to do. We will continue to do A player analysis, and
This?
Yeah, just please, just the blue. Charisma. It's interesting because he's like, well, if someone's not charismatic, can it not be an A player? A lot of times, A players are charismatic. I do have to say that. Like, I have yet to see someone who they consider an A player where they're like, man, they're just done with people. They just don't know how to own a crowd. So it might be worth it if you feel like, man, I'm not really that charismatic already. Ask people, do you think I'm charismatic? That's a tough question. Like, hey, how would you rate my charisma, 1 to 10? Or what are some areas that you think I could get better at? Because I know there's some people, like I would say Ricky gets labeled as charismatic. And sometimes that's natural, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it can be worked on. It's a skill. It's, believe it or not, being charismatic is a skill and learning how to network. But just food for thought. How can you recruit people if people aren't bought into you? That's part of it too. So, any other takeaways?
I guess something at the practice.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these things, I'm curious. It's curious how, like, professional. Hey, I'm sorry, I said like 4 times. But I'm curious how professional only has like two marks on it. But I think like professional encompasses a lot of things.
Yeah, professional is the general term.
Standard.
Yeah.
And it's weird how you see that. It's just
but also responsible. Let me give you a couple ideas. Like, responsible. And this is something I've dealt with this month a couple times. No, some people here, some people broadcasted, some people in my life. When you say you're going to do something, do it. When you say, may I use an example? Are you okay with that?
Yeah,
okay. When Ricky says, hey, Daniel's going to come in early to set the tempo because we spoke about it. That's responsible because we spoke and Ricky was going to be in at 8. And that's what we agreed to as gentlemen, as professionals, right? That was the agreement. Like one of my cousin's husband, he's a big time CEO, big time. He does really well. And he always says, is that our agreement? That's his way to say, okay, cool, Charles. All right, so tomorrow, that's our agreement? All right, he's British. Cheers. That's our agreement. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
He always says cheers.
That's beautiful.
So when Ricky says 8 o'clock, and then he says, he texted me this morning at like 7:15. Hey, by the way, Daniel's going to come in at 7:30 to set the tempo. I got it covered. I'll be in at 8:15. I'm totally cool with that. He was in at 8:15. I called Daniel, said, Daniel, will you be here at 7:30? I will be there at 7:30. You're here at 7:33. Just want to point out.
I said over the phone, I'll be there. I don't know if you heard at the end there, right? It's okay.
It's okay, but regardless, it's just little things. And at the end of the day, is 3 minutes a big deal? No, but when 3 minutes is always a big deal, you have a different organization. That's the difference. 3 minutes isn't a big deal in most places, but I don't want to be most places. How about that for a light bulb? Right? Most places, it doesn't matter if you just show up. It does. Maybe it matters here. What's the difference in that? And what's the difference in the way the meetings are run? Okay. There's no FC time. FC time is on time, way early. You know what FC time should be? FC time is we're there way early, already connecting, role playing, getting things ready. And when Jeff shows up, whenever he shows up, it's like the meeting's already been started. That's an FC time. That's irresponsible. Or here's not responsible. Management candidate. Hey, Jeff, can you release? I need some release of startup. Cool. Let me send an email. Can you remind me at the prep tomorrow? Oh, I told so-and-so I wasn't going to be there because I have this. This was yesterday. All right? It was one of our candidates. I don't mind saying this. It was one of our candidates said, oh, I already spoke to Ricky, but you didn't speak to the person running the meeting. Now, could it have been clear? Could Ricky probably have delegated that over to me? Probably. Ricky probably could have said, hey, you know what? You need to talk to Jeff. But someone who's responsible enough always knows, okay, if Scott Dennis is running the meeting, I shouldn't let Scott's assistant know. But I already talked to your assistant. I should let Scott know. It's just common sense, but don't assume anything. There's no common sense assumption anywhere. You got to be responsible. You got to, last minute heads up is not responsible. Like 2 weeks out heads up is responsible. Really important. So just some other examples. Other thoughts? Yes, sir.
I saw this. This is, I'd say almost everything on this list is a learnable thing. And I got this, you guys know Sept Godin, right? I'm on his, I get stuff. This is amazing. It says attitude is a skill. It says you can learn math, French, bowling. You can learn JavaScript too. But you can also learn to be more empathetic, passionate, focused, consistent, persistent, and 27 other attitudes. If you can learn to be better at something, it's a skill. And if it's a skill, it's yours if you want it, which is great news, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can learn, you can make the choice. If it's a skill, it's something you can learn, which means if you don't.
You like Sept Godin?
Yeah,
I'll send you a video. You'll like him more.
Yeah, so by not getting better at something, you're choosing not to do it. And what's that say about you?
I agree. You ever self-label yourself into reality? Well, I'm just not blank. Well, then you'll always be like that. That's your fault. Nice job. That's like raising kids. Well, honey, you'll just never be good at math. Sorry. That's the same thing when you say that to yourself. Same thing. I'm just not organized. Then get organized. Stop labeling yourself. That's why, you know, sometimes I'm naturally wired to go a certain direction, and part of that is sometimes we label. And I remember we had an assistant named Leah Kroniken, and Leah was always like a mess. And she was disorganized. And we always say, oh, there's Leah. And then at the staff meeting, Leah wasn't there. I said, you know what? I think the more we label Leah, the more she becomes disorganized. I think it would be helpful to her if we stop saying that, including myself. So we stopped calling Leah, and then Leah would be like, oh, I'm just disorganized. Like, you don't have to be, if you say so. And those are the responses. And Leah became organized and ran a district for 3 years and took all her profits and moved to LA, and now is in the film industry the way she wanted to be. Per our agreement 3 years before she opened up. I want to cash out on my super bonus, which she got a low one, but took all the profits, moved to LA, and I think he's engaged now and in the film industry. But stop labeling. Stop labeling yourself. Right? Everyone has it, right? I know I have some of mine. Cool? Yes, sir.
There's a quote that says, I am are the two most important
words for what you put after them.
Define who you are.
It's part of Ray Just slide. That it syncs with you. I'm going to transition, then we'll take a break. I want to cover, this is word for word, but this is the identical schedule that we put together for the branch offices this summer. Okay, and we'll post a picture up here. Let me before we go to break, I want to review what the schedule means. Then we'll come back from break, and I think on our next level call, we discuss maximizing time and having an ideal schedule. Because when we cover the schedule in March or April, it's like branch's eyes are big and like, right? And how many times, Erica and Charles, you wake up, you're in your office at 7 because you're excited to, get the day started and you want to set the tone, and you leave at 9:30, 10 o'clock on Monday, you don't know what the hell just happened. Right? We signed some people, I think, and oh, I forgot to eat today. All these things that are not like, that's not necessary. Like all these things, they make these branch jokes about, oh, your branch blank. That's the self-labeling. It doesn't have to be if you do it the right way. So let me review this, and we'll take a break and come back. So, and for those of you that have never run an office, I would say you probably want to take extra note on this. So on Sundays from 10 to 12, we do OG's outgoing PDI. Kit would be also a chance to call people who have outstanding sample kits. Receptionist kickoff is actually at Daniel, thank you for this, by the way. Thanks for putting it up. At 1 o'clock is the receptionist kickoff meeting. It's one of the Focus 5. It's where you set the tone, address results, and kick off the PR calling. From 1:30 to 9, it's PR calling. It's also at the same time, you've got setting up steroids. You've got a break in time from 1:30. From 1:30 till 3. You got a break in time. 3 to 6 are PSP stop-bys. 6 to 9 is phone jam. And then 9:15, we were doing key staff as a branch at the time. That may change, but that was the summer. Monday, all the way through Friday, it's the same. You've got 7:30. Actually. Yeah, Champions Club is actually 8 to 9:30. Right? Champions Club is the first hour they get on the phone. Then 9 to 9:30, we teach them something. And before that, you're doing some PDI. 7:30 to 8, I was doing a conference call every day to cover what we're doing in the pilot. So Jeff conference call is, hey, everybody, whoever's on the call, a couple of you are on that call. This is what we're focused on today here on Monday in the pilot. I run it as optional, but it's always interesting who hops on. 8 to 9:30, all through Monday through Friday, is Champions Club and PDI. 9:30 to 10:30, we put down the double DPC, and that stands for David Delgado, by the way. The double DPC is a targeted PC for your top 1 or 2 people in your training seminar, and you talk to them about the schedule for a 10K fast start. Advanced Training 1's 10:30 to 2:30. RC, for the first time, never run an office before. What's RC? What's a 3:45, 6:15?
Interview.
Recruiting class, right? Okay, so 3:45 and 6:15. RC is always interviews. Here, PDI, Jeff conference call, PDI with Champions Club. 9:30 to 2:15, you have time for steroid PCs. And also we call them timeout PCs. Timeout PCs is when someone's not going to be on base pay. You want to stop them from doing demos. Why? When would you do that? Why would you do that? Yeah, you keep getting sacked and you get 0. So we're going to stop you from paying base pay out past first weekend. And we're going to coach them either to another job or to the right way. You'd be surprised how many reps you could have saved if you just had that PC. Like just by having that PC, you can save 20% of your reps from just stopping doing demos, put them on an essentials close, not a homemaker close. They can close at a lower number, make more sales. Tell them they're not on base pay for the next 3 to 5 appointments, but you do it my way and see what happens. And when you do it your way, they always sell more, most of the time. Here are the 2 recruiting classes, branch manager conference call in the middle of the morning, PCs and meeting prep, 2 interviews, advanced training 2, then you have your phone jam, kickoff huddle, and your team meeting. Same thing here, first day of training, high flyer pullback, interview. This interview is really important. Why? What is the Thursday in? Yeah, pump them into Friday over here. Over here. And then phone jam. And then, of course, you have your pump and training from the people from Thursday. Day 2 of training, which is from 12 to, we'll call it 12 to 6. Interview. I'll put down run or pre-screen. If you have a small training class, just run the interview because you want to keep recruiting. If you have a large recruiting class or a large training that you want to make sure you drive PDI with, you can just pre-screen these people into that interview. If you don't run this interview, you have to make sure you run this interview. I know branches that didn't run both and their recruiting was terrible because you didn't have any back-end recruiting. Okay. Outgoing PDI, for the training. High fly workshop, day 3 training, and then there's the schedule. Okay. Any questions on the functions of this, like what this all means? And I'll send this on a picture. What's that? In a second. I'm gonna send you a more. You can, if you want to take this one. Start with this.
I just like the idea of the timeout PC.
Of the what?
The timeout PC. I think that's like really,
yeah.
Especially for like a branch, like that's really big.
Yeah.
Because you're by yourself. And that's
Well,
a good
and
way
also
to-
the timeout PC can be done in groups.
Yeah.
So anyone in AT1, hey, you pull them back, let them know they're not going to do appointments. I'd like to meet with you to fix you, because you're not on pace with the averages. So let me fix you.
Especially like in your territory and you go to an area and they lose confidence because they can't sell on homemaker and like change your perspective of let's just close on a basic set, gain confidence, and then.
Yeah, there's a whole hour message on how to run this. Yes.
Yeah, just to give a little perspective on the timeout. Karina had me doing that for a couple of people that didn't sell anything for like 2 or 3 weeks at all, and I had to teach them like an essentials close, and they gained confidence, and they didn't sell essentials. 2 people ended up selling a homemaker.
Yeah.
Just for
Imagine if every week you just had a system, which we have, where if you didn't sell a certain amount, if you went into the timeout group at AT1, so you only want 2 days of being bad, no more. Hey, Charles and Daniel and Gavin, Franco, can you guys stick around after AT? Hey, I noticed you guys' stats are way low. Don't want you to lose confidence, okay? You guys are fine. I want to give you a little extra attention. Can I give you some extra attention tomorrow? Okay. In your schedule, I need you to be here at 1 o'clock tomorrow for the 4 of you. We're going to talk about ways to increase your sales, because remember, how long is training, everybody?
10 days.
It's 10 days. You've been here for 3 days, so don't stress it. But I'm going to give you an extra attention. Remember we talked about getting sacked too much? What does the coach do? Yeah, so tomorrow's our timeout. Is that cool? That's group management. Now, instead of having these one-on-one painful conversations of people not selling, I don't know if the job is for me, eliminate that. Put them into one PC. I was really good at this as a branch. I never wasted time. I didn't have like extra hard PDI conversations. Any clarification on this? Okay, it is 9:37. Let's take 5. Cool? Thank you, everybody. I'm going to send this picture. And then I'll put a little music up, right? Music.
Yeah, first Seth Godin book I read was Are You a Linchpin?
Mm-hmm.
Really interesting book.
That's a good book.
Marvelous.
And it's kind of like I don't know, I think it's like How to Be CEO is like a very good partner with Linchpin, because the Linchpin is kind of like I feel like it's kind of like the emotional support for like the meat and potatoes in Jeffrey Fox's book.
Yeah.
There's a lot of similarities with
I
different
haven't read.
perspectives.
I've seen excerpts. You know, I haven't read the whole book, but I know excerpts. There was a moment in my career where Seth Godin was like, a Seth Godin video was every prep. So for a while.
Cool. I got kind of obsessed for a bit too, but now I'm reading. Now I get his email every time he has an update. I just get the emails from the blog.
Good.
And now that I'm getting those, like I've checked out some of the other books, but essentially all of his books are just like 2 or 3 years worth of blogs organized and sewn together, you know, and so he has.
That's how he likes to.
Yeah.
He's the Twitter master.
Yeah, he is. He is. Is there anything? I know that you running training in December is like the first thing that we can come in, but I would love to get in and.
I know we'll talk later.
All right. Cool.
How's your family, Luke?
So good. Significant.
The what?
Older families declining quickly, but
Yeah.
it's time. I mean,
Yeah, like that.
91. They're old.
Understood.
Shake that thing, miss. Can I shake that thing, miss? And I better shake that thing, yeah. Da. Jordan and Rebecca, woman get busy. Just shake that booty down when the beat drop. Just keep swinging it, get drunk, percolate anything you want. God, possibility if I don't take me six. Now we see you get love on the rhythm of my God. And my lyrics up about electricity. Yeah, nobody can tell you nothing 'cause you're done for your destiny. Yo, sexy lady, come.
It's small. Yeah, I'm gonna go with it. It's small, but I haven't taken it, so it's a lot of money. Really cool. It's all random. Not necessarily, no. This one's a little more stuff because it has a nature. Each person comes out to, let's say, like 700. Yeah, they're like all the beach trips. Yeah, I joined a fraternity, so I'm usually like half the nights I usually sleep. We have company couches, so it's better than four.
Start, everybody. News read for we'll go.
Turn me on, you guys. Get it on to the break it down. Yes, guys.
This song is just.
Nah, this is good. Your bottom is Ricky's conversation got listened.
No, she literally like she beats him like redheaded stepchild. It's not your joke. Danny says that since I was like 12.
That's like
I had it last time, but it's cool. Yeah, you have a passion for it. Hey. I really like it. Ricky. What time is the arrival for what? Hey. What's hot? Yeah, the bottom right hand corner. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
look what I got. That's
right. Yeah.
Hey!
I got my passport Like, I mailed my stuff up Tuesday. I got it Friday. Like,
That's insane.
It's $200.
just travel agent.
That's supposed to be.
No.
It's not a secret. It's a
Let
big
me
website.
see her pass. Let me see it.
Not
Oh my God, it's the
not that
worst
I had to.
program.
I know.
Not that I
see
had to. Hey, not that I had to do that before Panama, and it came the day before I left. But
Oh God.
if I had,
Hey,
Where's picture of me on file?
right here.
No.
Hey, Andrew, when you see
This
this,
kind of looks like the picture.
See a
of
Mexico
you
boy.
on WhatsApp where you're just like, and you got your FC hat on.
hey, everyone bring your
Kinda
FC
similar to
hats
that.
No, of course.
and your MeUndies hat. I have one now. Thank you. Thank you. Hey.
Does Erica know?
Yeah.
Do I
Yes.
know what?
Yes.
you know,
She.
me undies? Hey, right now.
MeUndies. Oh, I
No.
love
Hey.
Seriously? Yeah. You were converted.
No, seriously. Speaking of MeUndies, this office schedule.
it.
Um.
I drew it up.
I did it. in
Here.
MeUndies.
Here's. You guys are funny. What I would like you to see. Okay. If I'm gonna send you a picture of this, but this is something that I don't want to say is a new concept, but we just have been spending more attention towards it, and that's just planning out your recruiting. If you have never run an office before, I'm gonna post this on the WhatsApp for you guys. If you've never run an office before, a lot of this you just have to kind of absorb and run with it. Ready, fire, aim. But if you ever run an office before, there's something to be said about knowing and having intention with your recruiting. So this is like the third week in a row we've done this. We have 2 staff meetings a week in the pilot, and no, we don't put any functions instead of it. It's so important for me to get time to plan that if there's no interview more important than this, bless you. There's no, bless you. There's nothing in the schedule that's more important than the time I get with Ricky and Daniel and Beth on Thursdays, and then Monday night is to take this and teach it to the staff. Right, so Monday's not really a staff. Monday's like the staff meeting. Thursday's the pilot sales manager meeting, where 1, 2, 3, and Beth, we get together. And here's what it says. It says interview. Let me sure these guys can see it. Okay. I'll put a picture of this on the WhatsApp. Interview, functions, steroid PCs, steroid PRs, rep-driven PRs, traditional PRs. We'll learn this today if you're new. So Gavin, you'll learn this. On-campus interview, OCIs. And then OCPs, which is what?
Campus posters.
Which is the signs, essentially. Like those yellow things back there. So here we put down all the interview times in pink. These are the times we're running interviews. Then these are the functions where we're going to have reps present to be able to recruit. So on Thursday, we have phone jam and HL session and campus work. Sunday, we have PSP meetings and phone jam. Monday, AT1 and campus work through Wednesday. Steroids, we're going to do Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And then Wednesdays we have AT2 and phone jam. So these are all the functions where we're going to see reps. We can make an impact on recruiting. Steroid. So this on each day is how many steroids we're planning on Daniel or Ricky, depending on the initials. On which days. We don't have time on Saturday. We can do 1 or 2 on Sunday. We have our goals. Then we have a rep-driven goals for Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. Those are the 3. You guys have run an office before. You impact rep-driven on Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. Who can tell me, Charles, why is Monday? Why are we able to focus our rep-driven focus on Monday?
Because of AT1.
Okay, why Wednesday?
Because of phone game before and AT2.
And then why Sunday?
And that's PCP.
PSP and phone jam. Good. Okay. Just. Yep. Then here, traditional PRs. The cycle starts Thursday. Okay. So our goal is from Thursday to Sunday to be at 30 rep-driven or traditional PRs by the end of Sunday, and get an additional 30 to 50 plus set up through interviews, right? And why are we going to get 30 these 4 days? How are we able to get 30 just in 3 days then? What's fueling that? Let me rephrase the question. Our goal from Thursday's cycle by the end of PR calling was to get to 30. But in 3 short days, we want to get to 30 to 50 already. Give me one thing that's fueling more PRs that day.
Training class.
Okay, so you have training names that are easier to call. What else? What else fuels names so that we have more PRs to set? Franco, what causes us to have more PR names Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Rep-driven.
Okay, part of rep-driven. Interviews, post-interview PRs. Yep, all 3. Good. And then on-campus interviews, we only do those Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. And then we take it to the next level. This is where the first years today, which is including Gavin, they're going to learn the funnel for the first time, and their eyes are going to get big, and it's going to go past them all. It always does. It's just a lot of numbers. But the ones that embrace it, aka if they're on staff, because they have no choice, they're going to learn what's good, what's bad, what the percentages mean. So we just took everything over to how many set, and that led to how many we should be launching and how much we should be selling. Now, we didn't even come close to this. We probably only got to 50% of this. We ended up launching 6. So we did launch 6. We launched exactly what we projected, the lowest end, and got a little.
No, that's a 16.
Yeah, we said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we wanted
I'm so
to launch.
sorry.
We wanted to launch 8 to 12. And we launched 6.
I see. Okay. So we didn't quite get where we wanted to, but I can tell you we already focused, because we had this all laid out, our recruiting is way more efficient. Go 1 and then 2.
I just wanted to add something since I said I'd be your eyes and ears in North Florida.
Yeah.
In Carlos's office, just this past Thursday when we were at our local prep, we were drilling the interview everyone on up. And the script that they have is from Kirsten Rosenbaum, which essentially it's the North Florida interview script, but she has like a few lines that she threw in there. And I think Carlos, and she's a second year AM, and I think Carlos said something like, oh, don't put that in there. And then they were like, oh, that's in the script. And he was like, oh, okay, well, Kirsten didn't know. And then, a couple of the reps were like, well, she gets good shows. And I feel like, I don't know, maybe I just haven't been present down here, but like, I think that's something that you don't see a lot where it's like a rep can like, oh, well, she gets good shows. And I think she has like a 67% show in training. And
Yep.
it's just like having everyone be aware of that, I think is important. And like, I guess getting that culture going.
Yep. What that culture also speaks to is, well, this is the program. There's a reason why that interview is distributed, right? There's a reason I distributed the Karina Marquez interview, because Karina has had, still to this day, one of the most consistent shows, pound for pound, from branch to PSM twice to even now. Even you take all the off days she has, she still has one of the best interviews in the division. Okay, so that's why when someone says, "Well, I like to throw this," I'm like, "That's great, but that's not. Like, we're not trying to get what you want in to get you to get a show. We're trying to do it so everyone." And anyone who's run an office, can you tell me why it's important? Even though, like Ricky's known for this before. When he was newer, he was like, "Well, I like to say it this way because this helps me get a show," and that works. But I would say, "Well, Ricky, that's great, but as the PSM, I need you to be on our script, and here's why." Anyone know why besides these 3? Anyone over here know why? Consistency, okay. Like just
you need a blank slate, so when you teach to new people,
that's part of it, okay.
Yeah, so when they come to training, they have the right expectations and not like making 2 versions.
Right.
The interview and then the training.
Okay, so that's part of it too. Especially in the higher level office. If I'm running the training and Daniel's running interviews and Ricky's running interviews, if we're not all on the same page, if I'm referencing things in Daniel's interview because he's on the FC interview, but I don't reference things, and if I talk about the team and I say certain things that Ricky said something a little bit different because that's how he likes to say it, it's inconsistent. You lose people in training. That's the second reason. What's the third reason?
It's also drop off. Well, that's the
No.
Well, that's what happens. The third reason.
The main reason why you want everyone to be on the same script is because something's not working. It's easier to diagnose it.
Yeah. I bet you if I give each of you 6 different interviews from the 6 different division managers that give their 6 interviews, you could all at some point, if you master that interview, get a good show. But I can only help fix the Karina one.
Yeah.
Like if and you're eating poo-poo for the day and you're like, "Jeff, my shows have been terrible. What interview on?" "Oh, the North Florida one." "I can't help you. Good luck." "Oh yeah, well, I'm on my interview." "Good luck." And in the summer, I don't have time to dissect and watch anyone's interview. Right. So that's just something to be wary of. I know you guys like. I remember the summer I watched in the beginning of the summer Daniel's interview. And he's like quoting the Bible. It's like, the Bible says, "He who hath not sinned cast the first stone." Therefore, I think our Cutco team, we're looking to assemble a championship team. But my point is this. My point is this. And see, ready? I want you to say. May I use you as an example? Say what you just said. But what?
It's not consistent.
No, you just said that. You did a little. What did you just say?
Average 20.
Yeah, but I averaged 20 post PRs. That's the exact ego we need to put to the side. You did that then, not now, but kind of now. You need to put that ego to the side because You can get 20, but when you have assistant managers that are stinking and you have no one in your training, you're going to regret being like that. I could run a better interview than all of you if I did it my way, and I would be really comfortable, and I would get 60% shows, 90% launch. I would launch a ton, but I would have myself running an office all by myself, really good office. No branches, no branch success, no districts that can sustain this as a career, and probably no staff, so actually I wouldn't be as happy because I'd be working all the time and I would hate my life. So there's a reason why programs work, and yes, I think Ricky and Eric and anyone who's running an office or run functions, you could run your version, you might get the best. But the key to being, I'm going off because this is also my talk next week at SLC, is you want to be duplicatable and systematic, not charismatic. Because believe me, most of people are not charismatic, and don't let them fool you. Most of you are not charismatic yet or still learning. Some of you are, but I'm not leaving it to chance. I'm not leaving it to your lack of charisma for you to be good with your office. I'm leaving it to what works, and there's a system for success. It's like, it's just insert college football program system analogy right now. Why? There are certain schools that always are dominating, specifically in what conference? SEC and and ACC. Those are the two right now. You could argue, I know, right? But here's the thing. What are the two things that cause it? They have each program has a set system, and they recruit the best kids. That's how it works. That's how football works. Yes, sir.
And it was actually kind of funny because I don't remember who I was talking to, but I was like, it's crazy how like a team like Alabama can lose people every single year, but they just insert someone else and the ship keeps going like that, like clockwork.
13 in the NFL last year. They lost 13 players to the draft. 13! And they're still what, number 5? Whatever.
Nah, Ole Miss beat them.
Yeah, Ole Miss beat them.
So they'll still very good, and they'll still be in the hunt for the playoffs.
Toddy.
Okay. So I want to cover the schedule for a second. Here's a couple things. So if I want to pull out your notes, this will be.
Don't you love that marker? Someone give us the green one.
It's a new blue marker. Is there a reason why the blue doesn't?
I don't know. I stick to black.
Hey, Steven 321.
You sound like you're panting.
Oh my God! Did that on us?
No, it's still there a little bit.
What?
The ghost of Steven lives.
That's like the that's like the kiss of death. Anyone who writes permanently, kiss of death. Okay.
The first day back, he said, I'm gonna make it go 3.
Okay. So the first thing I want you to understand. Okay. You have to make time to plan the week every week, and that's the first note I want you to take down. Okay. Do you have notes, Kevin?
I was about to.
Oh, here you go. You're up. Thank you. I apologize. Planning the week. You got to plan the week every week. Okay. And this is not power hour either. Okay. Who can tell me what's the objective, or when you're planning, the objective of power hour is to plan what? Charles, what's planning power hour? When we talk about it in AJL, first lesson.
Taking an hour at your time to plan.
Upcoming week, specifically to what?
To
plan what specifically?
To plan like your schedule.
Your personal schedule, okay? This is not the personal schedule. So there really should be 2 different sessions. You should have a personal power hour and then a business power hour every week. And I don't have the time. It's not an excuse for next level. For first years, they forget to eat. Who forgets to eat? First years. But next level, you won't. I just refuse for you to operate like that, because the objective of a first year branch, help me out, is what? To build a business. And then the second year and third year is to what? Grow and run and grow a business. You cannot possibly run and grow a business if you're going straight through, you don't eat, and you're just grinding for 7 days a week. That's a myth. There's no such, I'll outwork everyone. You can continue to do that, and at some point, the tortoise will inevitably pass the hare. Every time. Every time. So for those of you that have this misconception that Jeff just wants you to grind for the summer and have no life, that's actually a misnomer. That's not true at all. So to learn to run a business, next point, 2 to 3, 2 to 3, 1 to 2. We covered this on the call a little bit. 2 to 3, 2 to 3, 1 to 2. Keep me posted, Ricky. Yeah. 2 to 3 days, and this is the ideal scenario. This is what we're working towards. First year branches don't usually get to this. You can. This group can. 2 to 3 days where you're working in the business. 2 to 3 days where you're working on the business, and then 1 to 2 days where you're off the business. Okay. This is D4. If we're using situational leadership. D1, you're just doing, right? This is D1. Yes. All right, look at me.
That is.
This is D1. Yes, okay. What am I supposed to, okay, I'm gonna do that next. That's D1. You go, go, go. You call Jeff, I don't know, it's not working. That's how that's D1 phase. D2, oh no, D1 is, I don't know, but it looks exciting. I can't wait to run it. D2, you're running like, damn, this is hard. When you get past D2, and we will all get past D2 when you're running your office. D3 is running it, but you're just running every function. You're not taking time away. D4, and you're only doing power hour. D4 is when you do, and you're pulling away and getting multiple times to plan. Okay? 2 to 3 in the business. What is in the business? When you're doing things in the business. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take away a Cutco example. If I'm Steve Jobs, the late great Steve Jobs, in the business is I'm in board meetings and I'm having tactical meetings with Tim Cook and I don't know if you know all the names, right? All the executives. We're talking about research and development. When's our next product launch? We're having board meetings and annual and quarterly meetings with the asset trends and all that. 2 to 3 days, Steve Jobs is working on the business. So this is him journaling. This is him planning. This is him away from people. This is him getting creative time, creative retreat with his, I guess he's known for this one creative retreat where he picks this like certain 4 executives and they go somewhere and they put technology away and they brainstorm, and that's how they came up with the iPad or something, you know, some story up to that sorts. And then 1 to 2 business where you're off the business. Now, as a branch manager, I don't know that we have it in the schedule where you're able to take a full day, but you can do it where you do have moments where you're just completely off the business versus a first year branch where they always say, man, I'm always working. That's not going to be a great branch. I can tell you I learned this before I ran my first branch, and it was awesome. And I remember I wasn't taking PDI home with me. I didn't have to because I had set up systems. I understood. I set planning sessions. I played every single game, my Filipino League basketball league on Sundays. I never missed church the whole summer. I had a girlfriend at the time, so I saw her twice a week, and I shipped $124,000 because my manager was married with 3 kids and said, you have to learn this. So I'm trying to teach this to you. First years don't learn it usually, but 2 to 3 in, 2 to 3 on, 1 to 2. I would say when you start the summer, it's more 4 to 5. That's actually 4 to 5, 1 to 2, and 0 to 1. Doesn't add up to 7.
3 to 4, 1 to 2, 0.
It's more like 5 to 6 days in the business. 1 to 2, 1 to 2. Depending. Right, depending, just whatever. You're working a lot, but you're it works out to about a day's worth of working on the business and about a day's worth of off. And ready? Shutting your phone off at 9:30 where you're not checking any messages past 9:30, unless it's a conference call, counts as off. So I know branches that will take PDI calls. Well, they have a late night demo. I wouldn't have taken that call. I would have said, "Hey, Erica, I know you have that really late night demo. Awesome. I'm not going to be available for you to check in, but let me know how it goes, and I'm excited for you to learn from that appointment. I'll be available tomorrow at 7 a.m. for PDI. Can't wait to hear the update. I'll check my text in the morning." Okay. So to me, I'm not willing to sacrifice that sleep when I have training the next day or when I have whatever the next day. Unless it's, you play that game of what's one of my top reps, and you could justify that all the time. I could justify taking all your calls. I'm really quick to respond to all your texts, right? No. If you ever text me at night, you don't hear from me till the next day? Because my phone's in the car or my phone's in the pink little box like I was on vacation from that. Okay? So here, this is actually a system I'm going to send. Can you be my note taker / Jeff list? Send out planning session, Karina planning sessions. So here are the 4 meetings I want you guys to start running or thinking about implementing into your business weekly.
You said
Karina planning sessions, please. So fall growth, So I'm going to put I'll send this to you. Okay. But Karina's already on this, and as a PSM, from first year to second year, I told you you're not going to work the same schedule the second year. You should. Same thing with Ricky. Ricky shouldn't be doing the same thing as second year, as third year. There's a financial weekly planning hour. This is where she's going to go through her finances, the office payroll finances, and her own personal finances. This is checkbook management. I'm just giving you the raw. It's all in here. Okay. This is where she sees upcoming bills. So there's no, oh, my bill's coming up, I didn't know. There's no excuse as a business owner to say, oh, I forgot. Because the company's giving you $9,000 in support. We're not giving you $9,000 support if you're with the way you pay bills is, oh, I forgot. Okay? 2, office reports planning hour. Right? There's something called the Hawthorne effect. You've heard that before? Results measured equals results gained. When you pay attention to something, it goes up. That's why macros is so awesome. That's why MyFitnessPal is so awesome. Erica, why is MyFitnessPal? What is it? What's the one thing it just creates?
Food.
Well, food, but
Meals, more meals.
right. But specifically, you're aware of the meals. Okay. So you have to be aware of where your reports are. It's like, oh, well, it seems like we're doing good, and you look, and your faster productivity is the worst in the region. But if you're not looking at reports, you don't know. Okay. Office weekly planning. This is for functions, and this would be the other picture I showed you with, okay, let me plan out everything. And then this one is specific to receptionist reports. This one is, okay, let me look through all my receptionist stats. In theory, though, this is planning for what? This 4th meeting is to help plan what? The Sunday receptionist kickoff meeting. Now, you might be thinking, Jeff, I can't find 4 hours. You can find 4 hours. Or you can find hour, 45. You can find 3.5 for sure. In between. Sometimes in between. But I like set time, okay? And I would say the ones that are least priority and most priority. Your personal power hour is non-negotiable. Okay? These could all be 30 minutes each. So it's 2 hours plus your power hour personal is 3 hours. Okay? What's more important, those 3 hours or whatever you feel and fake yourself into believing is more important? It's like, well, yeah, well, I need to PD. When we go into John Oberg, someone said, well, I'm trying to talk to all my people. But that PDI conversation, just role play John Oberg, is so long. Yeah, but then I don't have a high maintenance rep. And how many more conversations do I have to have because I didn't take the time the right way the first time? If you do this, everything's easier. I know when I'm off, when I haven't done my reports and I haven't done my version of this. Any questions? Okay, so let me give you my version of, I'm not going to put these 4 meetings in here necessarily because the schedule might change by next summer. But let me give you, if I were running an office, I'm going to use a different color. Let me tell you what I would be doing with my time that I think some of you don't really think about when you're running an office. Because a lot of time, it's just go, go, go. Okay. So Sunday in the morning. So anywhere between 9 and 11 on Sunday. What I would be doing, I want you to take notes on this. What I would be doing Sunday, 9 through 11, is personal catch-up time with friends and family. This is where I usually had breakfast with mom. Okay. I would do PDI to the top reps in the morning, or send a text message to the top reps in the morning, just to set the tone for the day. Hey, Erica, just got up, and I would, knowing me, I would probably do a group message to 10 people that felt like they were getting a personalized message. Yeah. Hey, Erica, I'm about to start my morning. I won't be available till 12 o'clock today, but I just want to let you know I'm excited for your appointments. Go line them up. Talk to you after 12. So I already set my boundary. You won't be able to talk to me, but I'm thinking of you. Okay? So it's 9 to 12.
That's really crucial for especially 10K fast starters to create those 10K fast starters and happen to have a good first week of call.
Yeah, it's part of the program, right? Good. Over here, I would do the personal power hour, personal page. This is where I would do personal page sometime between 9 and noon. And no PDI. Don't take PDI during that. And let your reps know, hey, these are the times I'm not available. Just like everyone in AGL knows now. I'm just not available when. I haven't defined it. It's not set, but you pretty much know what. After 9, good luck. 8 now, it depends on when, if Heidi's in town, usually it's 8, but 9 o'clock, there's no way you're getting a hold of them. When I have kids, it's going to be 6. Doesn't matter if it's SC2 push, the biggest push of the year. You won't talk to me after 6 because I have kids. That'll be my rule, okay? And I'll still ship more than most people, I promise you, okay? So that's what I would be focusing on right there. Okay? Over here, when you've got steroid piece, when you've got, right here, when you kick off the receptionist meeting from 1:30 to 2, okay? With the receptionist tone. I would set the tone with the receptionist. I would be in there, not taking any PDI calls. That first 30 minutes of calling, I want them to start calling the right way. So I want to be in there recognizing them ringing the bell. I want to be in there recognizing them for, hey, that sounded really good. Blake, nice job following the approach. Awesome, keep that up. So I want to set and establish the rules of the day to start. 1 to 2. Then from 2 to 3, I would do another power hour, and you pick whichever one. You could probably do 2 of these. Which ones probably? I would probably do financial. And then I would do weekly office weekly planning. I would do financial meeting, balance your checkbook, get your bills in line, 30 minutes, and then 30 minutes, the office recruiting. The picture I showed you earlier with, okay, what's my recruiting goals for the whole week? You've already set your personal schedule. Now this is that, the other 2, financial and office. Then you're jamming for Sunday, Monday. Now, as far as gym goes, that's a whole different story because it depends on whether you want to commit to getting up early to work out or if you decide to do it at night. So that would be like customized one-on-one. My goal is that through Christopher, through my brother's program, your awareness of what you're eating and the beginning of your fitness habits, by the time we get to next summer, anyone running an office is already working out. When you go to me at the prep, of the CAP, what's the CAP? Planning the one-on-one planning session before you go out. We plan your whole life. If you say, hey, Jeff, this summer I want to make sure I work out. If you're already not working, I'll say, forget about it. You're not, good luck. I'll just say it's not worth going through because you're not really going to do it. If you're already doing it, then we'll talk. Over here, I think every moment in between interviews, it's always prioritized to one specific thing. Anyone know what? Every time I'm in between interviews, I'm only prioritizing 2 things. You want to guess?
Recruiting and sales.
Recruiting and sales. So be more specific. How can I impact recruiting and sales in short windows of time? If I'm done here at 2:30 and the interview's at 3:45, do I really have 2:30 to 3:45 off? No. What's happening? Am I really? Is it 10:30 at 2:30? Is it done and all the reps leave right away? Now I have a question. Can I talk to you? That goes to like 3. Then what happens at 3 o'clock? People start coming in early for the interview. So you really have like 15 minutes. So what's really important? What's good use of your time to impact sales and recruiting in any 15-minute gaps that you have?
Yeah, quick PCs.
Text messages.
Right? I like text PDI. Check in with your top people. So I put your top 20%. Anytime you have 15 minutes, and then receptionist. And the phrase you can use when you walk into the receptionist room to check in, see what's going on, is to say what?
What's going on? What's happening?
What's happening right now?
Hey, what's happening right now?
Hey, what's happening right now?
Hey, what's happening right now? Hey, ladies, how we doing? What's happening right now? How we doing? What's happening right now?
Just like Jeff's
Stuff Jeff says. You should do that. Hey, what's happening right now?
That's so scary.
Anytime you have 15-minute gaps, okay? Over here, what I really like is
like that.
training. Yeah, I do. If training is going a little bit later, maybe we start training a little bit later. I think you could fit in your reports. Your reports meeting. Your receptionist reports meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, the office report. They don't come until Friday. So let's do. I would do receptionist report meeting there because the cycle ends when?
Thursday.
Wednesday. So you already know your stats for the cycle, and you'll have your receptionist stats, and you can plan your Sunday kickoff meeting already. Okay. And then somewhere in here, whether it's here or right after you launch, I would go very quickly and go through the office reports. Probably here before PDI. Or you could even do it here. after you run your interview, what I would do is I would, this is Baltimore days, I wouldn't run the interview. I would finish training. Kate Arbuthnot would come back with Chinese food. Chicken chow mein, extra sauce. Okay? And whatever we would get. And everyone had their dish. And that was always on me. Before PDI got crazy with the phone jam stuff, I would sit down and I would let Kate, I would finish training. There would be a Diet Coke and my Chinese food right there on the table. They would start to clean the office in red zone. And I would take 30 to 45 minutes to do office reports. Then I would take day 2 PDI for the first round in the summer, like the first 2 weeks, to teach them. Or if I were a district manager now, I would probably already have it set up where I would finish training. I would do my office reports. And then when I leave the office, I would leave the office. And PDI is already taken care of. Okay. So I'm just trying to give you pockets of time here. I think also every morning, what should happen here? Every morning before you set the day, you'll look at the planner. Yep. Yeah, you gotta look at your planner and then end with the planner. And Daniel even put it, every day you do some outgoing PDI at the end, Vector Live, email, and then you update whatever I need updates on. We'll go 1 and then 2.
I just want to say, like, I know that this is kind of like far-fetched and I guess far out, since we just finished the summer and you're like, holy heck, how are we already thinking about next summer? But like, this is little things that are just so important. So I mean, just kind of take it in and embrace it, because I think it's important to know like what time you have to yourself and what time you have to plan ahead of time.
Yeah, one of the easiest ways to not feel like, oh man, I'm just burnt out, is set yourself up not to be burnt out. Burnt out's mental, right? Because it's not about finding balance. It's about finding, that's Matthew Kelly, right? Matthew, it's not balance. It's balance of what keeps you happy. Because sometimes grinding and crushing results keeps you happy, doesn't it? It's like, we're killing it. It's the push. I love, fine. But then it's creating boundaries for yourself. Like, for example, if you never want to feel like you're taking things home, so when you're doing your PDI and you talk on day 3, say, hey, everybody, here's clock-in. Clock-in is Monday through Friday from 8 to 9:30. This is what we're going to do during clock-in. Let me role play you what that's like. Then when you call in from each appointment, I'm a branch manager. I don't have assistant manager, so I can't talk to you from every appointment. That's the one phrase I wish all branches would remember to say. Because you're coming from the pilot. And Charles is like, well, I'm not talking to my reps. Did you tell them you were going to? Yeah. Your fault. And that's not what you said necessarily. But that's your fault. When I was a branch, I would say, when I finished, I'm a one-man show. And so here are the days, and I would print out, here's Jeff's availabilities. This is when I'm free for live PDI. Otherwise, it's going to have to be text message. But for sure, if you want to talk to me, 8 to 9:30 every day. I'm available from 8 to 9 every day. If you miss PDI, then you don't get lifetime. If you don't get lifetime, you don't sell as much. You don't sell as much, you're done. So I let very clear. Oh, and by the way, when I have interviews, I put down, hey, my last interview is this time. If you don't get a hold of me by then, you can get a hold of me the next morning. There's nothing after 9 p.m. that you're going to drive that you can't drive at 6 a.m., 7 a.m. the next day. I promise you. Unless it's one of those conference calls. But we only have those during push weeks. We only have 3 during the summer, which means we only have 6 of those conference calls. So there's only 6 to 8 to 10 nights out of all the nights in the summer you should be in late for a conference call or for PDI. It's every Sunday and Thursday during the push. 2 in SC1, 9, 8. So there should be 12 to 15 nights where it's late night on a Sunday and a Thursday. How many weeks are there? 6, 52, 12. Yeah, so you should have another 10 to 11 weeks where you're not in late. Yeah, I was in my office till midnight. Why? You ever do that? I was in my office real late. Why? And in the initial stages of like having to set up and paint and whatever it might be, that's one thing. I did that. But set the boundaries. My reps never tried to. When I was in the business, we didn't have you call us from every demo, we'll close sales for you, because that just didn't exist. And you can't. When are you going to talk to them if you're running interviews and all that? Now, if you have an assistant, now those of you that are round 2, I'm going to work to get you an assistant, and we're going to teach you how to develop assistants very quickly so that you can have them call it. They call the assistants right away. They need help from the appointment. But didn't you create reps to go sell Cutco and not go and call the office to sell Cutco for you? Demo.
Yeah.
So
long-term versus short-term success.
If I don't talk to my reps first weekend, they're done. Well, then you had a really terrible training. That's not how my training's set up. My training is not, if we don't talk to us, you're done. or we will close sales. No. Here's what we'll do. When you call us first weekend, we have a staff that's able to talk to you from every appointment. Here's what will happen. Here's what helps you. If I'm a branch manager, I'm a one-person show. If you go on appointments, 10-80-10. 10% of you will have an awesome appointment. 10% of you have a terrible appointment. Most of you, it'll be something like this. So what I want you to do is take note of what you learned, what was hard, what were your questions, and the next time you talk to me live, let's talk about it. Let's fix it for the next appointment. Not call me and I'll help you close sales, because that's not true. I'll be available here. If it's not true, don't say it. So much of what branches put themselves into positions of overworked and not, they just set themselves up for failure by what they say or overpromise. So I'll stop there. Questions, comments? You were going to say next, and then back there.
It's a comment. Well, question also. On Tuesday after our interview, would that be the time we prep for Wednesday team meeting, do an outgoing bound for PDI for confirmation?
We're going to change the schedule.
In the morning.
So we're going to move this interview earlier, so you have a gap of time.
Okay. That's what I'm saying.
This is for someone who had this is like a new deal with an assistant. So yeah, this to his point, I'll probably put this around 1. So you have between 3 and 6, and then maybe an hour after you finish your interview, then you're done. Because the interview is going to be done by 6:15,
8 o'clock.
It'll be done by 8:30 latest. You have 30 minutes left. So I believe by 9:15, by 9:30, 9:30, everyone should be out of their office. If you're there past 9:30, I think you're just defeating the purpose. You should be at the gym at 9:30 if you want to do late night, or what Ricky does, plays basketball at 9:30. Cool. Takeaways from this, or that, or questions.
I was just gonna say, in this business, it's easy to feel like you're always working, or you always have to be working. But having your reps and your receptionists and just whoever know, when you're available, is gonna keep that from happening. It's if you can power off, put work away from starting 9:30 o'clock every night in the summer, you're just gonna be a more refreshed, re-energized person.
2 summers ago when I met Heidi, I started not working past whatever. There was resistance. It was change. Well, Jeff's not as available because he has a girlfriend. What? Because I won't pick up the phone after 9 p.m. like normal humans? Because Shingle Jeff didn't care, right? Because I was driving it. But then now this year, it's not even an issue. It's just normal. Why? Because everyone respects that I have life, everything.
It's how you create retention in development. Is if your reps see that you're working all the time, you're stressed out, you can't manage your life, you don't have anything else going on. Well, I don't want to be like you. I don't envision to be like you.
Who wants to be like that? Part of it too, really important, is when you're setting your boundaries. I think it's really important that you really, when you're not working and you say you set the boundary, I'm not available, that you're doing things that are going to recharge you daily. Sometimes it's sleep, sometimes it's workout, sometimes it's read, sometimes it's catch up with a friend. When I have when I'm going to the office and back, I never have work calls. It's always personal calls. I have my headphone. I never take nowadays, very rarely. But if I have a business call, you guys know, it's one-on-one. It's in a set, quiet place. Sometimes it's FaceTime. Usually it's more so FaceTime. But when I'm in the car, that's always my personal call time. So I never have that. Well, it's summer, so I lose touch with my family. How about that? So every summer I'm going to have bad relationships with mom and dad and brothers and sisters. That's terrible. Who wants to be in that? Who wants to run that business? Side note, you said this. In this business, in any business, you have to learn to do this. I was at sushi in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. Of course, sushi. And there's this guy, he walks in. You could tell he was a regular. Polo, middle-aged guy, probably in his, I would say in his late 30s at best, early 40s. My guess he has 2 to 3 kids and a family. Or he's my age and just ages really poorly. One of the two, I'm not sure. And he sits in, hey, yeah, normal. Yeah, the blank roll. Thank you, everybody. And then you hear the waitress goes, so you're working today? Oh, honey, I work every day. I'm the owner, so I'm always working. 7 days a week. That's what I signed up for. And I went, not me. And I think he heard me. I didn't mean to say it so loud. I was like not me. What's the definition of a successful business? Sustainability, exit strategy. You guys heard that? Mm-hmm. The definition of a real business is exit strategy. You could leave. Right? I'm confident I have a business because I can spend, depends on the time of the year, not in the summers, I can spend half to 3/4 of a month in Delaware next, soon to be wife. I can be there, and this office will still be one of the best offices in the company. That's a sustainable business. I don't have to talk every day. If things aren't good, I'll come back to it and increase communication, make it very clear I'm there. and so forth. So I don't mean this to be like a preachy moment, but I think it's really important because and Gavin needs to hear this too. If you're going to run this, you're not grinding all the time. There are times you need more attention, but it's not 24/7, 365 days a week. No one's can sustain that. No.
It'll hurt your mystique too.
Yeah, and it'll hurt your mistake. That's why I don't go to parties. That's why I don't go to part of it too. So, any other takeaways? How about the 4 meetings, right? Can we define those one more time? So you've got your power out. This is personal. Power hour. You get office. Power hour. You get receptionist results. Power hour. Financial power hour. And office results. Okay. Personal power hour, let's define that one more time. Personal power hour, what's that? Yeah, your schedule. Your schedule. When are you calling mom? When are you going to the gym? When's church? When do you have that to-do list of laundry and dry cleaning? Office power hour, what's that? Okay. Also mapping out when your PCs are, mapping out, okay, it's SC1 push is coming, so I need to get set my PCs. Also, this is that recruiting goal that I was talking about, the functions. Okay. Receptionist results, what's that? Essentially what you're planning. You're planning your receptionist kickoff. What's this? Everything money related in your office and in your personal life. Then office results. What's that? It's just looking at statistics, sales, fast start, training productivity. Okay. I would say here's, ready? Hour, 30, 30 to an hour, 30. And Gavin, can you take a picture of this, please, and post it on the. Okay.
The whole board or just the?
This is fine. Okay. Okay. And notice with the money, it's how often do you plan your finances? I don't. It probably says a lot about where your money's at. I wouldn't go a week without looking at my money. I don't go a day, actually. Every day I look at all my accounts, at least once. All my investments, business cash flow, personal cash flow, emergency cash flow, dream purchase cash flow. Like I always have like a reward. Treat yourself. You ever seen that? Parks and Recreation. Treat yourself, fool. No? Okay. Then my treat yourself account, all the volatile stocks and exchanges for the quarterly reports. Right. Results measured equals results gained. That's why when you learn Christopher's program, those of you that are signing up, I would say most of you, majority of you are going to sign up for his program. It's just awareness. When you realize that the Chipotle, you think it's healthy because it's protein chicken, but you realize it's 4 servings. Like, oh, right? Or 3 servings or whatever it might be. Cool. Any questions or other questions or takeaways from this? Yes, sir.
A good takeaway. Just looking at the schedule, I feel like it relates a lot to 1 Minute Manager. It can help so much with this. I remember in the summer, not being able to manage like certain reps one certain way, like being able to tell them like one thing at one time, instead of having to deal with one subject multiple times, which like takes up so much time. Just being able to deal with it at one time.
Okay.
So that you have time to do other things.
May I add on?
Yeah.
This is a great concept for before you have staff. Why do for one when you can do for many? Why do for one and give energy towards one that you can do for many? That's why I don't do a group. I don't do a one-on-one, hey, 10K fast start PC. I do a David Delgado double D 2 to 5 person PC. And it's in the schedule, so I can it's easiest for them to come in a little bit early and they're already there. Why are they already there? Nope.
Well, no, for the
Champions Club. They're already there for Champions Club. So we have now, it's in the system and it's in the schedule to meet with more than one person. Yeah, but I'm trying to make it special. Why not make it special for 5? Did you guys feel less special at 8-player meeting for those of you that went? Did you feel less special? Because man, Jeff, I would have preferred, did Gavin say, I would have preferred if you'd met with me one-on-one to explain this 8-player concept. No! That's my version of no, don't do for one what I can do for many. Okay? Other questions or thoughts?
I think another light bulb is that you put the times and how long each planning session or function should take you. Because I think most of the time when we're making our schedule, we sometimes forget how long it takes us to do that certain activity, so we overrun on our schedule, meaning that we have to do a lot of quick calls. Like,
Yeah.
we have to change stuff out just because of that.
Yeah, and I want you to, and remember, every 15 minutes, you find time to text your top people. Notice I said top 20%. This is where I'm going with this. When you get so bogged down, and I say, how come you didn't respond to text? I was so busy taking PDI. For who? None of you have more than 20 reps. How much PDI can you possibly be doing? Your report was 2K for the week. You can't possibly have that much PDI. But what you think is PDI is not really PDI. Talking to and going through the list and checking up, I talk to everyone, is not PDI. PDI, you drive sales. If you're gonna drive sales, you focus on who, which percent? Your top 20%, go down. The rest is extra. I take the same approach with AGL. I take the same approach with branch class. I take the same approach with PDI. Notice I don't really take PDI, but when I do, I'm only calling through. I've called I've called less than 10 people this entire summer live from our office. But you know all the names. Annie Beasley, Ali Corminas, Elijah Kerr, Vitor Lima, David Mullins at the time. Like, you know who I'm talking to. So, other questions or comments on time?
Yeah, I just think great balance and great communication just makes it so much easier. Because especially when I was in Tori's office, had I would have known this, would have made my experience so much better, because I found myself being there 11 or 10:30, things like that.
Yeah. And then the side note, when you're more organized and clean, you get out faster and it's fresh the next day. When you're disorganized, it just catches up and builds like a snowball. It's like, the analogy, you just sweep it under the rug. That just means the dirt under the rug is getting worse. Okay. That's why here, being clean and organized is so important. So red zone's faster to get out of the office. That's why being clean and organized and your stats up, when you have staff eventually, you don't put the stats up. You have your assistant put the stats up, and so forth and so forth. Any questions? Okay. Let's take 10. I have 10:30. Let's take 10. And the next thing we'll cover is connecting with sharper reps in the interview. All right. Let's take 10. 10, y'all.
Yo.
I swung around.
I'm gonna take some natural air outside.
Sounds like a good idea.
You make it look like it's magic, 'cause I see nobody but you. Never confused. Hey, I'm so used to being used.
So I love when you call unexpected, and I hate when the moment's expected. So I'm careful, you do. So I'm careful, you. Yeah.
'Cause girl, you're perfect.
Girl, you're perfect.
You're always worth it.
You're always worth it.
You deserve it.
You deserve it.
Where you working?
Where you work?
Girl, you earning. Girl, you earning.
You know our love would be tragic, so you don't pay it, don't mind. We live with no lies. Oh hey, you're my favorite kind of night.
So I love when you cold, when it's raining. Cause I hate when the moment's expected. So I'ma care for you. I'ma care for you.
Where's the
It's perfect, always worth it. Oh, you deserve it. Where you working? Where you working? I earned it.
Get it.
Girl, you
Talk to him, Daniel. This schedule is so good, right? I know who Ryan is. Like this person built the way this letter, whoever did this built it. Perfect. Yeah, right? Like, what is math when you have this? Everything is aligned. Even the blue, the black is so nice that the blue makes the black look better. Yeah, it's like the action that pops out. Yeah, look at you, world. I'm so tortured now. Guy was like, I wasn't even I love this. It's like the blue people are looking at the black people, right? Like they both compliment each other. It's like awesome. See that line that goes through the top, like the blue. It's okay. So tell me, what inspired you to do that? What inspired me? I don't know. Just happened.
This is your electrical informing you that insurance is a rational decision since it's born online, which saves money.
It was the Sunday. I was like, yeah, this is gonna be an awesome schedule. It's an awesome.
Well, they have smart online tools designed to help you save money.
I always hate it when you write something really well, and then you have to erase it. I was like, no, but it looks so
Cool is not quantifiable. Either way, it's a no-brainer. Insurance. Insurance with a mark.
Yeah, tell them North Florida. Tell them North Florida. I'm in North Florida right now.
Are you really? Who do you know in North Florida?
Right now, just
Valley. Yeah.
in time for fall, the Home Depot has 15% off select special order exterior doors and windows, including installed windows. So let's keep the chill out of our homes and add the cozy warmth of savings to the season. Save on new windows and doors now and stay comfortable all year long. Let's do this. Save now on select windows and exterior doors.
I nailed it so well.
Home Depot. More saving, more doing. Valid through September 30th. Exclusions apply.
Home Depot. Did you get up? Two?
It's a little bit after midnight. Actually,
What'd you say? You don't get
this sounds like what is this? What in the wave? You've heard of Superfun? It's interesting. It's kind of like a lounge kind of show electronic stuff. Their newest album was it's called Superfonic. Basically, they have acoustic versions. They don't know songs, and it kind of sounds like this. You even have to yeah, I could do it.
Have you ever heard of Chris Bobby?
Oh yeah, that's like my favorite song.
Who? Chris Bodie?
Chris, yeah. I think it's Monty or Balti.
Chris Bodie Sting's trumpet.
Yes. Amazing.
I've seen him twice in concert.
Oh, jealous.
My PSM's sister, my ex-PSM sister, is his road manager's wife. Let's roll, everybody.
It's trio. She does vocals, the other guys do synth and programming, drums, and all that. Yeah. And it's a really fascinating album.
I decided to actually go East Coast, and I'm actually listening to like Japanese.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, there's a person called.
I love this stuff.
Yeah. There's a person. He's like a DJ apparently. He uses like actual like Chinese instruments to like make.
There's a Tabla group I listen to that does that same thing. It's called Tabla Beat Science. There's a guy that does, it's 3 live musicians, drum set, tabla, and bass. And then there's a guy that does all the scratch work and all the kind of stuff. It's really busy. But I get good at this stuff.
I'll show you one. It's called Some Notes.
Is all that I see. Giving you everything. Baby, love me outside. Baby, love me outside.
Let's roll.
And it'll just be that, and like a horn will come in, and like birds chirp, and
everybody go.
Ooh. Pencil is kind of weak that I can't.
Oh, there it is. Oh, you're running it right in mine.
It's still a better accent.
Huh?
Remember?
Oh, yeah.
But Daniel, like, he's an master.
One of the acts.
Okay. If you could open up the file from Next Level Session, please. It is entitled How to Accept an Applicant.
Under which folder?
Next Level. So we should have pictures of
I know which one you read me.
So on email, everybody, are the 4 planning sessions we referenced. So that's on email already. And I just posted on WhatsApp the following. You've got this, so you have it for your picture and your records. I gave you the pilot planning picture of all the different functions for the week. This is the most recent one I was referencing on the television. And we'll go from there. Okay. Everyone has it out?
I have trouble opening it.
Okay. I think it's probably worth also taking a look at the post interview, which you may or may not have on you. You guys have that readily available by chance? Who does have that easily accessible, the post interview script?
Do you guys use NFL's script when you run interviews?
Yeah. Yeah. I think Derek has a specific, I mean, it'd probably be the same as Tallahassee. It's very virtual oriented.
And I mean, theirs isn't super virtual oriented, but like they talk about the virtual.
Ours is like, you do virtuals.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy to sell to the ACRs. Alachua County residents. About 50,000 people and 30,000 teeth.
Oh boy.
Okay. This would be really telling, and those of you virtual can just follow along. Raise your hand if you could easily access right now. No problem. Send me the post-interview script.
I can send you on for us.
Yeah. How many of you could send me the FC one? Yeah, where would you do?
I just go on the computer and master the file.
Let me tell you how to take it higher as next level. You guys should be able to pull scripts up and have organized method to your email and to your folders on your computer, right? You should have it already from last year. It was sent out last year. So my point is this. I'm not trying to call anyone out. I'm just saying there's no way you guys can run efficient businesses when you're like, yo, Ricky, send me the post. How's that possible? Yeah, that was it. There you go. It would be like division man. Yo, send me your prep for this weekend. It's the same thing. Okay? And let me just show you something. This is completely not even. This will be worth hopefully a light bulb moment for all of you to get your stuff organized. If you don't have a computer, sell more, save up, buy a computer. That's important. You can't run an office without a laptop. You can't. So, and that'll come at some point for some of you. Let me show you. Let me give you my favorite folder. This is the folder that whenever I promote someone to division manager, if they're willing to be coached, I give them this, and I said, this will help you. This will decrease your growth curve as a division manager and decrease your growth curve as a district manager too. Okay. What's the very top of the folder say? It says FC program. So notice all the programs at DC Metro. Long story, I started doing this in 2007. I went from, okay, I can run a really good office, but my division doesn't keep up. When I systemized everything, the division caught up. Because you could easily replicate what we were doing instead of Jeff being Jeff. I run it differently depending on the group. That's great for me, but it doesn't help branches learning or districts learning. So that's why it just all stayed DC Metro. And once I got committed to do it, there was like 80% of the files were already DC Metro. So I didn't want to change every single file's name. So the folders say DC Metro, that's all. But look, I've got a 3.0 program, okay? 10K Alliance program. Now there's an A-player program that just started. Everything that has to do with Advanced Training 1, Advanced Training 2. The ones, date modified, the ones that I looked at the most. Okay. I've got a transition calendar. I've got a development program. I can go to every single management training since 2008. I can go to, let's say, go to 2013. What did I run for the 6th prep in 2013? And I can pull up the agenda and the whole handouts. Right? This is not showing out. This is how organized you need to be if you want to run an organized business. Over here, this is my favorite, master lit file 2013. Okay? I want to go to the interview, I'll go to the interview. I want to go to the script, I go to the script, 2004. This is my version. You guys have a cleaned up version. It's on the box.net. Okay? Everything here. So if you're only going to box.net or it's our, what do you call, virtual drive? What do you call that? Cloud. It's our cloud, I guess. If you're only going to that when you need to make copies, there's a difference between that office and someone has everything on their computer and they can easily access it. Okay, so here, if I wanted to, I can just go right to the interview. Interview script. I can go right to day 1 of training. Okay, I have all the pre-training stuff that you need, right? That you need printed out. I have anything that has to do with the training manual. That's the most updated training manuals. I have the leader's guides all set up, key staff letter, and then the keynote and PowerPoint for everything. Okay. Raise your hand. This is not a bad thing. I mean, it kind of is what it is. I already know the answer. Raise your hand if you've ever said, yo, Ricky, yo, Jeff, yo, so-and-so, can you send me something? Yeah, you can't. You're an assistant manager that's paying branch bills. That's what you are. But you got to be able to run the ship. Cool? And we have a Southwest Assistant Manager program that's going to help you accelerate adding assistants to your team. And it's not like an assistant that's fully trained, but it's someone who's going to help you so you're not doing everything by yourself. And if you don't have this in place, how can you possibly have someone who's going to help you at your office if you can't even tell them? If it's yo, Ricky, hook me up. Okay, questions, comments? Okay, it's worth your time to go to the box.net and download the master file if you want. Can you add that to my list? Mm-hmm. Send the link to the master lit file. And it's not completely updated yet because it's always evolving, but at least you have the majority of the files. Okay. What does your computer look like? If I were to go to your desktop, could I maneuver through and find all the Cutco files? Okay. Maybe that's another. Can you add that to the list, please? Organizing files for the next level. Okay. Let's go to how to accept an applicant. This is the post interview. Okay. If you notice here, it says accept applicants through conversations that build confidence in their ability to succeed with Vector, make people feel good, special, empowered. I truly believe anybody can succeed with Vector if they have the right attitude and work ethic. What I like most about you is, okay, those of you that have run interviews before, if you notice, these are all different ways to connect with athletes, people who are high in academics, someone with lower education, not much of a resume, someone who's shy and quiet, non-traditional, older. Those are pretty much the 5 you get, right? So where does this go? What part of the post? If you've run in, who's run interviews before? Who's run 10 or more interviews? Okay. Where does this go?
And when you're building up.
When you're doing what?
When you're building up.
Building up what?
The applicant before accepting.
Yeah, like when you say can't accept everyone.
The reason why.
And you go into, oh, in the interview you could have done this and this, but.
Okay, ready? No. This is after you accept them. There's a little extra. Okay. Blake, you know, unfortunately, when so many people coming to apply, we can't work with everyone today. So I'm sure you understand I can't accept everyone for the position. But you see what I liked about you today, why you stood out? A couple things. First of all, I just like how you participated in training. And remember that story I was telling in the pre-screen, and you connected with that. And I just give genuine examples. I like how you participated. For those reasons, I think you'd be a good addition to the team. You got the job. Welcome to the team. Good. Now, Mr. Blake, I want to say something. I truly believe anyone can succeed with Vector, with the right attitude and right work ethic. But specifically, I just want you to know why I think you're going to do really well with us. Just extra. It's like you got the job and then some. This is the and then some. Okay? You're an athlete. My best reps are athletes. Athletes succeed at a high level at Vector because they have incredible perseverance. They never give up. And when they get knocked down, they find a way to succeed. Because you are successful in lacrosse, I know you're the type of person who would never settle for less than your best. I can see you being one of my top reps. It wouldn't be surprised me if you were here for a long time, advancing quickly. I could even see you being a manager one day. So I'm going to say, congratulations, welcome to the team again. Now, notice this is really setting up the before you accept them. I want this after. I want the reasons you accept them to be reasons from the interview. I want this to be reasons why they're going to do well and why an extra reason. Everyone cool with that? Yeah. Got it? Any questions? We're not going to role play this for sake of time, but okay. So normal posts, accept them for normal reasons. Can't work with everyone, but I like you, and here's why I'm accepting you. Welcome to the team. Congratulations. Hey, Gavin, one more thing. I truly believe anyone can do well with Vector and succeed if they have the right attitude and work ethic. But one thing I do want. What is? That's not true at all. Okay. There you go. Any questions?
Like that.
I like that.
Okay. Actually, no, I'd like to role play it for a little bit. So I'd like you to end your post, and if you haven't run interviews yet, this is kind of accelerated. I want you to end with, and for those reasons, I'd like to welcome you. I'd like to welcome you to the team. How do you accept? What's the phrase that we use to accept the job? What's the phrase we use in the post to accept them for the job?
Well, for this reason,
during the interview, I was looking for something that would stand out to me. These are a few reasons why it stood out to me throughout the interview. Blah 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 blah. And well, accept.
What's the phrase you use to do that?
I'd like to offer you the position. You got the job.
Yep. Should be the same damn answer. Not your version. Back to what point? Yeah, we're stuck at the third, fourth place. How many of you are competitive and want to be like beating North Florida or fill in the blank, right? No way. You guys want to do it all your way. That's the problem. We're stuck. We do that, we'll beat everyone. Doesn't matter. North Florida. It's not about competition, and our goal is not to beat North Florida. They're the model right now because their whole division is systemized and they have more offices right now. Can't stop that. But you want to be like North Florida? You want to be, and I'm just using North Florida because they're winning everything. You want to be like them? Everyone buys into working on the same playbook. Not, well, I'm faster than everyone, so I can run my route this way. Thank you, Randy Moss, but he's known for Mr. Me. Okay, so congratulations. You got the job. Welcome to the team. So I want you to start with that. You got the job. Welcome to the team. Hey, one more thing. I truly believe anyone can do well with Vector. So I want you to role play each that. Congratulations, you got the job. Welcome to the team. Role play that one time each athlete, one time each academics, one time lower education, one time shy and quiet. Actually, no, keep me on athlete. Give me 2 times athlete. Okay, I want you to get used to that. Okay, so we'll do this. Let's do Erica with Gavin, Charles with Daniel, and a little trio. We'll go Luke go first. Okay? All right. You can stand up, sit down. I don't care how you do it. Give me a quick role play on this one. All right? And you end with, you got the job, welcome to the team. Oh, one more thing, Erica. Do athlete twice. And then if you get done that, do academics twice. If you get done that, do the third one twice. Cool.
So you got the job. Welcome to the team. So I truly believe anyone can succeed with Vector.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Erica. You got the job.
Congratulations, Erica. I just like to ask that I truly believe never give up. I want to get knocked down. Right attitude. Because you're successful about you, never settle for less than now. So I can see you being one of our top reps and a good guy here. Probably the person that you and you actually want to figure it out. So I'm excited. Oh, I'm sorry. You're next. All right. I'm best friends with that.
How we doing?
Second that's got here talking about questions.
A little late? Pop it. Pop it.
Because you were
Yeah, athlete twice.
So, congratulations on graduating. I truly believe anybody very successful actor if they have the right attitude. So congratulations, what I like most about you. So I truly believe anyone can succeed as an athlete attitude at the right succeed at a high level. Most about you is that you're an perseverance. My best never give up. Athletes succeed at such a high level, especially because you were successful in soccer. They never give up. Person with a knockdown, they always have to win. Because you were successful in boxing, I know that you're a never settle on watching events. I can see you being one of the top rappers. I really was so proud. I was like, you're a long time. I actually see you as a man. So, I'm going to go ahead and start. So, by the way, you guys choose I can't see you being one of our top reps.
Yeah. All right, well, congratulations. Good job, Erica. All right, so I'd just like to say that I truly believe anybody, I truly believe that if they have the right attitude, work at the right attitude. But what I like about you is, what I like most about you is now I can tell her that you guys you're probably the type of person that went to that once.
Sorry.
I can tell them incredible job. You get out and invest in time in your job because every your attention. I can tell as you're that's just to make you talk about everyone has to think about how you so what you want to say congratulations.
So, Gavin, congratulations. I want to add that what I like the most about you is you seem to pick things up quickly from the interview.
Because I still don't
Congratulations.
how you can do it all.
I truly believe
I'm so crazy
what
right
I like most about you.
I'm
You seem to
so
pick things up
crazy
quickly.
right
I can tell from the interview that you're probably the type of person that you don't need to learn something once, or you only learn something once. And I can tell you'd be incredible at your job because
so crazy in love.
I would like to say that your attention to detail and like what I like most about you is that I can tell you most people who look at your resume see the lack of on a talent scale. I'm a great judge. I can give you an opportunity you only need to make this job to feel yourself. I know you can be successful in this job. Congratulations.
Do you want to hit your serve with massive power using the same techniques the best players in the world use?
You're probably the type of person that you only need to learn something once. Congratulations. I can tell that you're incredible at this job. I really believe in what this is. And you like number on yourself. And that's even though it's not what you learn will make you
Congratulations, Eric. You got a good job. Welcome to the team. I would just like to say that I really think anybody can succeed if they have. So I truly think anyone can succeed. But what I like most about you is that you seem like a great person. What I like most about you is a little nervous in the interview and you're a little bit. I can tell during the interview that things just. But I know that inside you're probably the type of person that you only need to learn something that you're feeling and you'll be right. I think I can tell that you'll be incredible at this job. You know the way that you invest your time and be so valuable in every aspect of the job.
Okay, hey guys, real quick before we get started, I wanted to cover one thing with you real quick. This will help with the way that we train. I first of all want to welcome everyone to training. Any high school graduates just graduated? Okay, well, congrats for meeting you. In my time, it's a big deal. So congratulations, regardless of whether you're choosing to go to college immediately, local, university, full ride, you pay for everything. That's just a big deal in our club. So props to you, congratulations. Anyone here a college student, like already in college? Okay. Welcome. I think it's also that you're also finding something really productive, great for your resume, and also something that's going to make you some really good money this summer. You said 16 of you, 17 of you were recommended by a friend. One more time, recommended by a friend. Anyone get a letter? Also, congrats, you were recommended. You came recommended. Part of it is. How's break? Good? You meet some people? Okay. Any interesting travel places that you heard about? Europe. What parts of Europe? All of it. All of it. That's a good answer. Yeah, our company has lots of travel opportunities, and if our branch managers do a certain amount of sales and our managers Been to Italy in March.
What I like most about you, you seem to have a pursuit part of like a self-respect. And right, I mean, I don't think you would be a great role model. Most people will look at your resume and see the lack of education and job history. They wouldn't even get you a chance. They would probably judge you. And I'll tell you what, I'm a talent. I'm a great judge of character. And I think you stop being true to yourself, to your peers, to your family, that you're a champion. And I know
To all the managers. 3 easy payments of 1990. Alf, you're up before we begin.
most people look at your end. So, congratulations. Although I don't think you said, I don't think you mentioned the FSMC at any part, but you did. I definitely remember you saying it's about young people and college students.
Yeah, I mean,
you were like an yeah, except for the bold I remember you saying it's going to be so what Frank, what I like most about you is you have our manager. I can tell you the person bro, I know that you'll kick butt. Well, you mean
Okay, stop for a second. So yeah, let's bring it back. Yeah, and many of you were going through the same ones over, which I like. So here are a couple of things I just want to note. It's very clear that before we get into the heavy part of the fall, that we're still not completely on the same page with even just the interview. So if we're not on the same page with the interview, I can only imagine what's going to happen with the PR program and the training seminar. So the best and only time to make a complete divisional and cultural transition is before game time, if you will. When is that period in our business to impact? When's game time for us? Summer. So when's the time to impact the business and change culture? Fall, not spring, unfortunately. Spring's too late. So if we're going to make a transition, and I'm just telling you right now, if we want to be laughing 1 year later going, man, look how freaking awesome the summer was, and you want to experience explosive growth, and if you want the pilot, instead of the pilot doing 560 in new business for the summer, does 800 in new business, we do $1 million summer. The branch average is in $36,000, whatever the branch average was this year. And by the way, still profitable, but it's like 70,000. And the district managers, the new district managers that went out did 300, 400, 500 the first summer. We got to get on the same page with everything. We have to understand that there's not one. One person is not above the system, and this works. But if everyone plays their part, football is the best analogy ever because one person doesn't buy into the play, someone gets sacked, someone gets hurt, something that goes wrong. If everyone buys into the play and why they should do it that way, ideally the play goes well, right? So this whole exercise wasn't even trying of seeing how disorganized people are with the files. So the next prep I'm going to cover, I just put it the next level group in 2 weeks. I'm going to cover how to organize your email and the way your master list file should be on your computer. So I never want to hear, hey Jeff, can you send me blank? You can ask me, hey Jeff, can you send me blank what you just sent out or that new version of whatever? But I don't want, hey Jeff, can you send me the pre-screen again? Hey Jeff, do you have the training manual? All that. Yes.
I just wanted to make a comment, because you maybe talked about like if we're not all bought in, like it's not going to go through. Like someone will get sacked. In my leadership class, like literally just Thursday, we did this activity where we were like, it's a class of like 12 of us, and we were standing on like a tiny little like blanket, probably like 4 by 3 feet, and 12 people are standing on it. And my teacher was like, okay, you guys have to flip the carpet without touching like the floor. So we like all had to stand on the carpet, like try and flip it over, and like we could not touch the floor or like not any part of our body. And like we almost got it and we ended up not. And then we discussed like the strategy and like what went into it. And one thing that we said was like, you know, it's different from the previous activities and like team building activities that we've done, because finally we were all able to kind of like agree on one thing. And it was just like, we didn't fully communicate how to like facilitate it, but it was like, we all finally trusted each other and agreed on doing one thing. And I think that it's important that we can all like, you know, we all have different levels of like experience and we all have different skill sets, but like we just have to come together and like agree to do one thing and then like move it forward.
Yeah, and we have more power this year because we have a more established next level group too. So if now more than ever you want the turning point of the FC and you look back at what was the turning point, you could say next level group 2015 if you want. I hope that's my desire. And medicine's a great example too. If that one person says, no, I disagree on how we should administer the blank. One person deciding to be bold and mighty, and one person, Heidi always talks about certain PA, no offense if your parents are this, by the way, sorry. Like PAs, which are physician's assistants or nurse practitioners. Because some of them are able to prescribe scripts, because sometimes these nurse practitioners or these physician assistants, they think they're doctors and they're not. And it's not, even take out the ego when they think, well, I should be able to do this, and they wanted to do it their way because they know, and they don't follow the doctor. Someone dies. That's what happens. That's what happens in that scenario. No one dies here, but man, it's a great example. So, food for thought. Takeaways from that. I would like all of you who are running interviews to print that out and start using it on your interviews, because I think the art of connection is more so appropriate to a branch manager who's got interviews of 3 to 7 people, and the art of connection during the fall is more appropriate because even some of you, even in the pilot, we're dealing with off shows. It's because you're not connecting. We're not connecting. That's a big part of it. Musician. Hey, Gavin, I'm not even using this. Hey, Gavin, and one other thing, I just really like the fact that you're a musician, man. That creative mind, the ability to just see things in a different way. And I think one of the things I love is that you're very creative. Am I right in saying that you're pretty creative? Mm-hmm. Am I also right in saying that you can follow the notes and follow the piece properly? Mm-hmm. Right, because as the timpanist, if you don't follow the piece, what happens?
The whole orchestra gets right.
Yeah, so would you be frustrated if your conductor told you to figure out what to play? He doesn't. He does what? He gives you what?
He gives me direction.
He gives you the piece, exactly, right? Yeah, we have the same. We have a script. All you have to do is follow it, man. And you can put your creativity into it just like you do with the music, but it's all there, just like the music piece, man. That's why you're gonna do well. So this guy's like, damn, yeah, I can do that. That's what I do at band. So you have to find ways to connect with people. Not, hey, congratulations, welcome to the team, and you know what? You did a great job of participating, good eye contact. Yeah, that's surface level. That's rookie stuff. You're getting the job because you did the things I told you to do.
Sounds really.
But the other reason, let me tell you more on top of that, the advanced recruiter will get people to the show because of the connecting. The art of connection is big. That's why people who are charismatic, if you remember that, are A players usually, because they're just naturally good at connecting with people. That will get you a lot of good shows, good launches here, with good retention. Think about ready? I'm gonna go around. This is kind of a sidebar exercise. Ready? Think of me, because I have a connection with most of you, I'd say. Give me 1 or 2 things where you feel like, man, we have connected on that topic. Whether it be in humor or in fun or serious, like just give me, what do we connect on all the time? Fashion and travel. Workout and fashion.
Fashion and sports.
Sports.
Fashion, music.
Music. Okay, we don't have that much of a connection.
I would say it's just the mainly talks that we've had about.
Okay.
Food and white people.
Food and white people, okay? So watch. Very, very diverse. Yeah, we do. I say that very calmly. But I can talk about sports. The key is not to be the master of anything. You want to be a Renaissance man or woman. Can you learn a little bit about everything? Can you say hi in like 10 different languages? That's all you need. You know, everyone's like, Jeff, you don't speak Spanish. I don't need to. I can get the conversation going. And that's part of, well, sorry, I took it off. That's what this is so important for. This is why this is so important, that script, because learning how to connect with your applicants, when I can recognize she's got a designer bag and I can have a quick commentary. Hey, by the way, I noticed your bag. You like fashion? Yeah, my girlfriend by the way, throw that in too. They don't think you're hitting on them. Okay. My girlfriend likes my mom and my sister and my girlfriend. They love that. Is that a so-and-so bag? Oh, cool. Whether it's that or whether it's sports, I know you play basketball. Who's your favorite player? Who do you like? Are you a Heat fan? Oh, I'm so sorry if they're doing bad. If they're doing well, hey, nice time to be a Heat fan. Like, there's so many different ways to connect. It's the same reason when you go into a Starbucks and connect. When you go into fill in the blank. And your job. Remember the last prep we talked about owning the room and being the connected person, the most memorable person. Practice that often. It goes into the skill of running interviews. It goes into clipboarding, which we're going to cover next. Okay. Other takeaways from this exercise? My biggest takeaway is we need to get back on the script, everybody. And if you guys buy in, then the first year's buy in. If you don't buy in, it's going to be an uphill battle. So can we make a conscious effort to commit towards getting on the same page with scripts and also just getting organized? Okay, because this is a talented group. We have, I would say, in the most non-arrogant sounding way, and that's going to sound really arrogant, I think we have better people than most divisions. Like people, just the inherent nature of the people. Not everyone, but our core, our best core, I think by nature of being people and who they are, what they stand for, and how they carry themselves and character, are better people than most divisions' core of people. But that's just wasted talent if you don't put it to the right system. It's like all those great athletes that never made it because they just wanted to do it their own way. Same thing. Cool? Okay. Other takeaways from not this, but the connecting and the athlete. And, yes, sir.
I think it's really nice to see as far as the systems in place to help you improve your results. As far as one thing I realized is that this summer, one thing I was really focused on is just connecting with my representatives, well, with my applicants in the interview. And now that I'm having like trouble with my shows, I'm consistent, and I just remember, oh damn, I'm not doing this. This is something I need to start doing a little bit more, or how can I implement this? And like every single system is to help you improve this. If you don't do this, you're gonna slime with this, and it's really why you can implement that every single day.
Good.
And I like how the extra connect just, I feel like, would increase the retention ratio and also help out for training because you get them on your side early. Which is a good public speaking.
Yeah, does anyone, to your point, does anyone want to guess on how I know how well you're connecting? As a division manager, the indicator of me, whether you know how to connect with people, different types of people?
Shoulder training.
Shoulder training's one. That's one of the that's an easy one.
Number launch.
Launch percentage too, yeah. I think that has to do with the training and the consistency and also. But as a division manager, think of my job. If you had my job, what am I able to determine if someone's got good connecting? I don't go to your training seminars. Say it, Daniel.
Development.
What about it?
Well, if you're representative, if you're able to develop your representative, that means that you have that sense of leader in their role, I would say.
Almost, not quite. Okay, yes, but think you had my job, right? We swapped, job swap. And okay, so Charles, you're the DVM for a summer. How do you determine if your branch managers and district managers know how to connect with an array of people?
The different types of people.
I'm calling on Charles. You had your chance, failure.
If they have people in management training, they have like
oh, okay, that's retention. Okay. But how else can you tell?
Good communication.
If they have people like that.
Answer the question.
The different types of people.
Yeah, who's on the team? 9 times out of 10, I can tell who's on whose office. When you go to SC1s and SLDMs, I play the game in my head. I do it. Like when I'm meeting, like say this is the SLDM. What's going on, man? What's your name? Charles? Nice to meet you, Charles. You from Erica's office? Yeah, how'd you know? Just a guess. And usually I'm right. Or what's the other reason I know? I already know ahead of time. What's the secret? If you've been a manager before, what's the easy way to leverage so that I can impact your people better?
SLDM.
At an SLDM, what's the way that you utilize me and leverage me so I can impact your people better at an SLDM?
You're giving them info about your top 20%.
Yeah. Hey,
Your
Jeff,
high
here are the
flyers.
bios of my top 3 to 5 people. Make sure you connect with this Gavin guy, this
CEO.
Bryce guy. What's the point? Go ahead. What's the term? How to be CEO?
It's it's one of my top 10 things. The person, the people file.
Yeah.
But that's people that you meet. That's I can't remember. 3x5 cards.
It's a combination. It's make your boss look good.
Yeah, right.
That's one of them.
So
Number
he
2,
knows.
know your people. But every event that you know that the division manager is going to be there, Jeff, here are 2 or 3 people I want you to make sure you get time with. Corinne is always like, even as a district, can I introduce you to my top 2 or 3 people? Yes, of course. Or send me bios. That's why it always blows my mind when Monday night I say we have an SLDM and people forget to send me their bios. Like you just lost half the battle because instead of Gavin, tell me about you, I could have been Luke, UF, go Gators, man.
this Jeff guy's amazing. Yeah. Oh, Erica was telling me all about you.
He's like,
Really? And I don't manipulate. I don't go, yeah, I know about you. Yeah, I let him know. Oh, Erica's been talking about you. That leads to a great conversation of why and how to continue that. He'll go back. Hey, Erica, I heard you were talking about me. Yeah, well, you got to keep shipping so I can keep talking to Jeff about you, and I can have a better connection. You play football. What position? Cool. Oh, do you know so and so? And it leverages me. But when you just send your reps and say, just Jeff, take care of my reps, I can't do as much, and I hate that. And it's such an easy. Send me the bio of your top 2 or 3 people on email before 11 o'clock on Monday so I can check it Tuesday morning. But 30% of you forget to do it or don't do it. How many of you didn't do it this summer? How many of you didn't send bios to your DVM? How are they going to connect? Just go and Ben will talk to you. That doesn't help me at all. Doesn't help me at all. So, like, who was it? Scotty was talking to someone from Notre Dame. I make sure, hey, I have this one guy. Can you say hi? He's from Notre Dame. And the rest is history. His name is Patrick Dugan, branched. Come on. You have to know how to leverage your superiors too. Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay. So we've covered so far. What are some of the topics since the beginning of prep? What have we discussed? We're gonna end with the clipboard program. It's like mindless.
steal, yield, steal.
Yeah.
Meaning what? What was that? I know what that means, but what was that point towards?
To get hurt.
Go through hell to get hard as hell.
Yeah.
Okay, but what was that? Why did that come up?
Sales. Yeah, when it's all said and done, we're running a business.
CPO talks, right? What are some other topics?
A-player quality.
Okay, so we talked about A-player ledger. We talked about the office schedule.
Focus 5.
We also
Most
talked
important
about
focus.
the 4 planning sessions.
The how to run a business.
Okay, and then like all the philosophies that go with why you need to do this in, on, and off the business, all that. Okay, what else did we cover today so far?
Things to implement into the business.
Say it again.
Things to implement into the business, just financial week planning hours.
Yeah, okay, so that's for planning, sorry.
Office schedule? Oh, you did.
Organized files.
So everything that has to do with those 2 discussions. What else do we talk about?
Organized files.
Yeah, so files. And then be on the same page, same program,
How to accept applicants.
and accept that. That's it, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course, opening comments. Right. Okay, everyone to pair up. And pair up with someone you haven't been with yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll do a trio. You'll be in a trio.
Okay.
So don't pick Gavin right now. Everyone pair up with someone real quick. And then in Puerto Rico, pair up with someone. Okay? Good. Go sit next to him.
We got trade.
Yeah. I propose a trade. You take Erica. I'll take Daniel.
Okay.
Franco and Gavin will be 3.
Okay? Who's Erica's partner?
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Let's go over here. Okay, so watch. What I'd like you to do is go back and forth. I would like, I'm going to do a little bit different next time. We're going to do a pair share, then group share. Pair share, group share. Anyone know why we're doing this? Why pair share, why group share?
To see if things similarities.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Why do pair share and then group share? Let me give you an idea. The question is, if you were the division manager, what are the most important takeaways from the prep today for your next level group? And more so, after that, what are the biggest action steps to make sure this all gets done? Those are the questions you're going to discuss, right? Mm-hmm. So why pair share, and then we're going to have you group share.
Because I'm sure we all have different ideas. But then
Okay, so that's part of it. It's not the main,
Maximizing brain power.
which is, okay, keep going more.
2 minds is going to be greater than 1 if you have 2 different mindsets.
Okay, that's part of it. I was going a different direction, but that's definitely right.
Efficiency.
Efficiency. I mean, I could just say go around the horn. Everybody, what are some takeaways? Why pair share and why group share?
you get the strongest takeaway.
One reason. Now think as a public speaker. Because a trainer.
To see if like what you taught gives like focus.
If you can regurgitate what you.
I just want to see. Ready? Active learning. That's it. Active learning. How many times have you left a prep, left a meeting with all these excited ideas and you were going to do this, you didn't do anything? You know how many division manager meetings we leave? Like Ben Jackson's in, oh, let's record it, whatever. I'm not going to watch this. When Ben Jackson leaves division manager meetings, I laugh. I go,
how you feel in bed? He's like, it's a lot, right? And the analogy in football is when you're a quarterback and you're new and you go to the NFL, it's so fast. But when you get experience, what happens? The game slows down. You hike the ball and you see that, and you see them drop. They fake the blitz and they drop back, and it slows down, and you see it. Okay, so at these meetings, I don't let everything get to me. I filter down, and how do we do that? It's through active learning. I forced myself, and at the end, I said, and I gave this to Scott. I said, Scott, this is my recommendation. At the end, you always give this here. What's important now, and it's the most overwhelming list that you add on to already an overwhelming meeting. So everyone goes around now, and they share what the biggest takeaways, and then we share with the group. It's active learning. Then more gets done, and more meaningful work gets done. Instead of a bunch of C and B list checklists, you get a lot of A and B stuff done instead. Cool? So the first thing I'd like you to share are the top 3 to 5 takeaways for you specifically. Well, I'll put them on the board. Top 3 to 5 takeaways for you. Top 3 to 5 takeaways to move next level group, meaning as a vested player of this team, the team being not FC, but next level FC. What are the top 3 to 5 takeaways regarding moving this group forward at a higher level, making sure we get traction? Then finally, top 3 to 5 action steps to make it happen. One more time. So what are the top 3 to 5? And you can share back on our top 3 to 5 takeaways for you personally, and why. You can elaborate. We're gonna have time. There's no rush here. We're actually ahead of schedule. Top 3 to 5 takeaways as a next level member. Think differently. Think now, instead of your own hat of being a branch, soon to be branch, or whatever you're doing next summer. Think now, okay, I'm a board member of the table known as Next Level Group. I run this division with Jeff because I'm part of Next Level. What are the 3 to 5 biggest takeaways from that point of view? And then action steps, 3 to 5, which could be for either one. Got it? Okay, ready? And go.
I mean, obviously everything's planned out. And you're not putting on fires. You're not trying to fight fire anymore. Tell me, where are you now? For me, I tended to like myself being like sometimes I'm the guy who test I'm so like having it all scheduled and like back my feet allows me to step back so that I don't get also allows me to schedule balance so that I don't that's like I showed you the game, everybody else is playing. That's sure. I was on my knees when nobody else was praying.
One thing you'll see is
Want a break from the ads? Watch this short video to receive 30 minutes of ad-free music.
drop off and not sell anything instead of $3,000. Not drop off like that's right. It's like yeah, exactly. Yeah. Especially
That's face paint for life tweets. Is it weird to check into a hotel and book with face paint? Well, at face paint for life, that depends. Your team's glass got painted on your face. Not weird. My face painted on your face? Very weird.
Not weird? Booking a trip to watch your favorite team play anywhere in the country from anywhere in the country with the Hotels.com mobile app. Hotels.com. Obvious choice.
Hi, my name is Kevin Farley, world-renowned actor, comedian, hamburger enthusiast. The Tilted Kilt is at it again in their second burger challenge. This year with 6 new meat monsters paired with 6 brilliant burgers. If there's one thing I love more than discovering a new juicy choice of Hooters blend burger, it's washing it down with a tasty beer. Not sure which burger to try? You can try them all like I do. Or visit tkburgerball.com and take the burger quiz to match with your perfect burger. The Tilted Kilt Pub and Eatery, where cold beer
because especially for me, it's like games.
As far as
If I run a division office, it's like I have to have the schedule down.
Alabama, Arkansas, I do love my mind, not the way that I do love you. Well, holy moly, me, you're the apple of my eye. Boy, I've never loved like you. Remember, my best friend screaming to the nothingness. There ain't nothing that I need. Well, how can heavy pumpkin pie, chocolate candy taste so nice? There ain't nothing please me more than you. Oh, let me come home. Home is where I'm with you. Oh, let me come home. Home is where I'm with
Sticking to the schedule in general, like time management, sitting in the that's why you have your plan. Plan out, you can say, I have a great idea, follow just like and definitely yours is like time editing and get the plan. Yeah. That way you take that from like I'm overwhelmed. Yeah, that way yeah, like find somebody interesting to jam it up, to make it like a busy right there.
Give me another 2 minutes.
Karina was the script, so I followed her. That's why my Anita.
We are young. So let's set the world on fire. We can burn brighter than the sun.
I had a guy I was working with people, he's like, there's some things I don't speak good with, but on these, A, B, C, or X, Y, Z, decision making, privileges. I always think like each different, I have that running in my mind. It's like there's some things you can have autonomy on, but it's not like you can set up.
I'm trying hard to keep that. So I found time to falling down. I'll carry you home tonight. We are
It's like two just general macro, like it should be like.
so let's set the world right. We can burn brighter than the sun.
So you can practice in the teens or your reps, so it's great, like I go and that way they do possible.
I just started, maybe because I know it's too far apart. But now our friends are apart. So let's raise a so let's
Okay, stop for a second. You guys on the third one already? Action steps? Okay. So before we go into the next prep, I think where we're doing group share. Here are the objectives of the general session prep. We're going to debrief this in a second. The objectives of the 2 to 8:30 prep tonight. Number one, we want to increase Olean sign-ups. Okay, and I can even tell you later who's missing, and we gotta convert those into. And some of you aren't signed up yet. You gotta make sure you get signed up. Increase people's training, like awareness of the first recruiting program today, the receptionist program. Make sure they're absorbing the information, but also continuing to not just hear it, but to retain it. So this might make its way into the prep today. It should. Increase their startup commitment. We need people submitting more money or leaving this meeting saying, I'm going to submit more money for startup. Increase confidence. Increase their desire and commitment towards branching and being a manager. In some cases, that means a letter of intent. In some cases, I have a letter, but need to step up. And increase sales. So those are the main objectives of the prep today. Okay? So the last question I want you to go to now, and I want you to share is, as the next level group, how do we make, what's our involvement in making sure that we hit our objectives today? Another way of saying that is, how can next level group help Jeff so that we run an awesome prep, not Jeff runs an awesome prep? Because I'm not running a prep today. We're running a prep today. Cool? So what can next level do to make sure, be specific, be general, both? Cool? Ready? Back to this girl band song, whatever this is.
Your love is bright as ever. Even in the shadow.
Like I said, prep and teasers, prep the first years.
Baby, kiss me.
Team that out.
Before they turn the lights out.
Practically, each have things we need to do.
Your heart is growing.
What's up?
And I'm crashing into you. Baby, kiss me. Before they turn the lights out. Before they turn the lights out. Ooh, baby, love me lights out. In the darkest night out. Search through a crowd. Your face is all that I see. Give you everything. Baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out.
team night out is like assessment where they think they're at.
Baby, daylight's wasting. You better kiss me before time is run out. Nobody sees what we see. They're just hopelessly gazing. Oh baby, take me before the time the lights out, before time is run out. Oh baby, love me lights out in the darkest hour.
3 more minutes.
Still cry. Your face is all that I see. Give you everything. Give you love me lights out. Give you love me lights out. Oh, you can turn the lights out. I love you like XO. You love me like XO. You kill me, girl, XO. You love me like XO. That's all that I see. Give you everything. Lights out. Give you love me lights out. You turn the lights out. Just through the crowd. Face is all that I see. Give you everything. Baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. Oh, you can turn my lights out.
Just like trying to connect with the newer
Sounds like it.
Look you on that Looky that I love.
1 more minute.
For the looky factor of your existence. Baby, I would climb the envy slowly. Count the freckles on your body. I never could imagine there was only 10 million ways to love somebody.
Let's bring it in.
Can't you see? I'm at your wherever we're meant to be together, I'll be there and you'll be here. That's just a deal I did. You'll never have to lose it. We can always play by ear. That is the deal.
Did you ever have problems setting your phone to fill out? It's fine.
You got my lips now on my face. Kisses like your friend.
I don't have any experience with that.
Looky at strong legs like my mother to run for cover.
That's like the biggest thing for me in Apple. Like I can't handle iTunes. I can't stand iTunes. Whatever's on here is on here. Yeah, and like I don't know. Yeah. I say it's like cloud. It's like you can't play Slack on iTunes. I mean, on Apple, they just don't support it.
Okay. So let's do this. Let's share. We're gonna end up doing this. We're gonna share this. I want to talk about setting up the meeting. I want to give assignments, and we'll end the last couple of minutes role playing the clipboard approach before we send you guys off a little earlier than normal to get lunch and get back so we can run a kick butt meeting. Cool. So let's start with the first question. Biggest takeaways from you personally. So who can share for the group?
My biggest takeaway personally was when you said, or when you shared the story about the gentleman that said, "Is that our agreement?" I feel like, to me personally, that just makes it so much more. It holds that higher accountability, and it kind of makes that thing like, okay, like, so this is what we're agreeing to. So an example, like, okay, so we're gonna meet up here and we're gonna do this. Instead, it's like, okay, so our agreement is we're gonna meet up here and do this. Is that fair? It's like, okay, so then it makes it more.
Yeah.
Assertive.
What's gonna rock your marbles is also the point that you have to show up on time too. It's like you can set agreements, but if you don't honor them, then you're the BSer. So good. We'll go around the horn.
Planning your schedule.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you're on the broadcast, you can post takeaways as well. And in fact, that's what I'm looking for. Biggest takeaways for those of you that are virtual.
Only one hour.
Just give me one at a time. We'll go around.
Planning schedule efficiently and effectively, in the sense that knowing that we need to take personal time to do personal things as far as personal phone calls and reaching out to people in our circle of influence, to also making it efficiently, meaning that we're putting sufficient time for us to do the functions that we need to get done in the time slot that we have available and not going over, really respecting our time.
Yep.
So I think it's really something that we but we forget most of the time because we're telling our reps, hey, you need to make sure that you have time, this time slot for this, making sure that you have your scheduling time planned out. We forget to do the same thing.
If you're the type of manager where you say, well, because of the summer, I lost touch with my friends, or fill in the blank, meaning alluding to you didn't take care of personal stuff. I don't know that's a vector thing. I think that's probably something you're doing anyway, whether it's maybe you're so wrapped up in sports, you lose touch with reality. Maybe you're so wrapped up in video games. Maybe you're so wrapped up when you're in school, you disappear and you're just so focused on school. We're trying to teach you is the enlightenment of doing everything. In other words, when someone says, oh, I don't talk to family because of vector, I usually think it's probably someone who doesn't talk to family normally when they get distracted by other things they're focused on. And the key here is to be able to do, your cake and eat it too. Give me one takeaway, quick.
We talked about just communication and coming to terms of agreements, because so much can be said and someone will take something different from a conversation, but it's coming together and agreeing upon one thing.
I can tell so much about Andrew Smallwood. I'm a big fan. He's a district manager, ex-district manager now. He's been with me since 2007 or 8. Awesome guy. And he agreed to do something. He's doing a video testimonial. He agreed to do it, and he said, sure. And that night, he sent me a text. Hey, I know I told you I would definitely get it to you. Wanted to make sure you knew if something came up, and if it's okay with you, I'd like to give the deadline a little bit later. But because I told you, he's very big on agreements. He said, I said this. My word means something. So when I said I would get it to you, or something came up, I'm going to let you know ahead of time. Hey, I know I said this. Can we work some other agreement out? That shows me someone who's responsible. A player, by the way. Other takeaways for you guys.
Mine is kind of the importance of systems and programs. If you're set on the system, then you can critique it, and a lot of that comes from having everything organized. If you have it easily accessible, you can follow it.
Yep. That's why when you're in the pilot, it's like the biggest pain is your biggest gain, if you will. I'm so apt on doing it my way. It's not really my way. It's the way that we're teaching. And it's being in the pilot is such an example of wax on, wax off. It's ridiculous. Like when I hound you for those stats, and you're like, oh God, Jeff, and Jeff's calling you before this. Ready? If I get my method done on you, when you go and run an office, you'll go, oh, and I always do. I always get a bunch of text messages like, yeah, thanks. Remember that? Thanks, Jeff. Yeah. And it's not my goal is not to be your friend. Unbeknownst to you, I'm not here to be any of your friends, actually. If we have great relationships, that's one thing. But I'm not here to be any of your friends, and I'm certainly not here for all of you to like me. That's not my job. Now, I want to be likable, I hope. But my job is not for you to like me or to be a friend. My job is to be your division manager, manage your division for success, manage you for success. Get on the system, get on the program, get bought in, because it makes a difference. And I do it this way. Innovation has a time and a place once the system is in place. It's called an audible, right? It's called this. But you can't audible before you know the play. That's the part. Big takeaway. Well, I like these short and sweet ones. Go ahead.
I like, I don't mean to sound redundant, but
it's okay.
How to accept an applicant, really just connecting with them from the beginning instead of waiting a week or 2 weeks even to start connecting.
Yeah, they don't show half the time, or for some of you, 70% of the time.
Don't have homework. Don't wait to try to cram everything in at night.
Yep. Don't wait. Heisman, creating boundaries. Esteban, don't out yourself in a situation. Put yourself in a situation where you're overworking yourself. Set boundaries. Steal, yield, steal. Kayla, the way to make something last is about creating standards that everyone can teach and can follow. Dorcas, be the most memorable person. You have to go through hard stuff. Personal planning is essential. Okay, got a couple more coming. Good. We'll go. Who else we didn't go? Oh, Gavin.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of the accepting the applicant, but where you're putting it. Instead of putting it as part of, hey, yes, you got the job, and here's why. It's you got the job, and here's a little extra icing on top.
Yeah,
To me, that was a
think
big
of it this
light
way. Here, congratulations. We can't accept everyone.
Mhm.
Pull away. Here's why I'm going to give you the job. Acceptance and be personal connection.
Mhm.
Oh, and one more thing. Here's why I think you'll do really well. That.
because they're not going to expect it.
Yeah.
It's like instant connection. To me, that was like huge.
Okay.
And then just the whole concept of having the schedule and just having the time not only the time management skills, but the courage to stick to the schedule.
Yeah.
To the, even if it's, you can't let the small potatoes get in the way of the larger fish.
Yep.
You have to stick with it.
Yeah, it's really important, everybody. You have to. You got to keep the main thing the main thing. Aldi always says, keep the main thing the main thing.
That's the courage to delegate.
Yeah. Delegate's important. I'm not missing my kids anything. I'm not missing Heidi's anything. Heidi's graduation came in the middle of the SC1 push. Great. So I know it's the busy push. Like, yeah. So I know it's a big time for your company. Yeah. It's your graduation. It was just not a question. Versus, I even have district managers. Well, I don't know if I can do that. It's SC2. What the hell does it mean? Who cares? Like, you should be able to work around it if you set it up. Now, there's certain things you have to kind of sacrifice. Sometimes it's not optimal to leave during an SC2. It's not at all. It's terrible. But this wasn't this prep. If I'm taking a day vacation, I take 2 or 3 to set it up. If I'm going off the grid for a week, I take 2 weeks to set it up. If I'm going off the grid for about a month, I take 3 to 4 months to set it up. If I plan on going away for a sabbatical, which is about a year or so, I'm going to plan 2 or 3 years to set up a sabbatical, which is at some point. I've been with this for 20 plus years. I think the sabbatical's coming at some point. It's due, but it's already started. I started planning the sabbatical last year. Mm-hmm. So, other takeaways for you guys, quickly.
I think just to piggyback off what Gavin said, this comes into play like the structures and systems. Is that the same way you do like a pullback during your training, day 1 or whatever day it might be, well, it's day 1. You do the same thing with the interview after accepting. That's what it is. Saying, oh, this is why I think you'll do well in the pullback. This is why you gave me this energy. This is why I think you're going to do really well. And this is how I want you to look. The team is the same as far as the interview.
How many of you have run training? You understand the concept of the pullback on day 1? Okay, so this will blow your mind. What do you do in the pullback of day 1? What's it objectively? What is the pullback in day 1? You're targeting who? How many people?
Top 10.
50%. Right? Your top 50% of your training. To do what? To lead less the group and just create your A-player group, if you will, right? And what are some of the things you just said? You say, well, here are some of the things I really liked about you today, what you really helped me with. Okay, you want to go higher? You want to go like next level, like ninja, like silver cup status? Hey, real quick, I want to go around and Daniel, remember in the interview I talked about you being an athlete and how awesome you were? Yeah, you did that today. It was awesome. It's not the first time you're connecting. You connected in the interview. Remember we talked about why I thought you do really well? You showed it to me, man. Awesome. Yeah. Keep it up. So just you're pulling the connection sooner. Okay. Other takeaways? There's no order.
Just getting the schedule early from branch, just knowing how to maximize each hour of the day.
Yeah. And this is 80% accurate. Like sometimes the interviews will change here and there, but for the most part, it's the same schedule every year. Good. Other takeaways? Okay, how about this? This is my favorite one. If you were the division manager and you had to move next level, what are the takeaways for the next level group? Some of them are the same, but to move next level, if you're a member here, how do we get this team to move to a different level? Like literally to the next level.
To target files in order.
Okay, we gotta get files in order. It's gonna be one of the assignments we'll talk about it. Gav.
Really do a better job of prepping mentees for all the get-togethers or just your reps in general, and then also debriefing them after. That way they're focused, and that kind of ties into what we're going to do today too. Working the breaks, working the team night outs.
Yeah, for you, and this is probably the third question, right? How do we make this a great event today? The next level division, Jeff's, hey, let's have an awesome prep today, make sure blah, 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 is an afterthought, not a forethought. Right now, it's a forethought. My thoughts when they go out before the calls, let's have an awesome call, this and that. But when you guys are having those little conversations, or maybe you have your mentee, or maybe as a next level member, I don't know. When you guys start to set the tone for the meeting, when Jeff sends out his message, which I always do without fail, to set the tone, it's just extra. And it's a good extra. It's not because the foundation is built from you guys. Just think of that. Ambassadors of Jeff, remember that whole concept. Good. Other takeaways to move next level. Give me one.
But leveraging Jeff and getting people on his radar, I think that's really important to utilize, because as an NLG member, you're typically almost on your inner circle, I would say, as far as AGL class is concerned.
Agreed.
And that we should be able to leverage you in the sense that having those conversations before the prep with that certain representative that we're targeting, for example, Michael Musave, making sure that, hey, what is your report? Making sure that he's going to have a good report to tell you before the rep, give you energy, or sitting in the front, little things that can help them be a little bit more impressive or stand out, be that A player. I think that's something really good, big that can leverage or
good. Leverage, big one. Leverage Jeff. Leverage each other. What else? Moving. How do we move? What's that? Yeah, we got to get you guys bought into the systems and programs. How about this? Think this is an example. When we're running interviews and I'm not around, like you're at your respective office, you're here in the pilot, or drill for skill. Hey, that was really good, Gavin, but I don't know, that's not the script. What's that from? But if you're not bought into the script, it's easy to say, that sounded awesome. Sometimes Enrique's guilty of this before. He's much better. Like he used to be, yeah, but I like to, and I want to always, I don't want to, he always takes it personal. So he used to always take it personal. Like, I'm not interested in what you say. So I'm interested in what the program is. And then later on, when you've mastered that, then you can start to make some innovation. That's like Herman. You know, Herman's killing the game right now because he got the basics down. Now he's innovating on Larry Manley's basics, making them better. And by the way, now they're able to have other offices duplicate. Think of it this way. Stop being selfish. Stop being selfish and getting all the CPO and recruiting for you. Spread it to your development. Spread it to your team. Spread it to your future AGL.
Just to kind of go off of that, like, as NLG, like we're all, we're here to be leaders, but something about being a leader is like, you can't always like speak up, and it's not always like saying what you think and how you think it should be done, but taking a step back and like knowing how it should be done or hearing other people out.
Yep. Also having mature perspective, mature analysis. Right? Oh, I ate chocolate. It's my Marduve. I ate chocolate cake on Wednesday. I'm not fat. Therefore, if I always eat chocolate cake on Wednesday, I won't be fat. No, you'll be fat at one point. At some point, when your caloric expenditure is less than your output, it'll add up. That's like saying, oh, I said this phrase in training, and I got more than the average amount of demos. Then therefore, that's not the right, that's like such, that's like 1 + 1 + 2. That's not how you do, it's called deductive reasoning. Some of you are guilty, by the way, of like, well, I do it this way, therefore that, so I should do. Sometimes your sample size is so small. It's like, we didn't run a phone jam on Wednesday, and we still had a big push. But you didn't take into account that maybe you had a 10K license that already had all the demos booked Tuesday before the phone jam. Maybe you got lucky and you had that one superstar steroid rep that sold 10 grand first week and that inflated your report. There's so many different factors. Be careful. Deductive reasoning and mature reasoning is really important. Really important. Other thoughts? Okay, how do we have an awesome prep today? How do we rerun an awesome prep today? Give me a couple of thoughts. Franco, give me one thing.
Having breaks be working breaks instead of just like going out chatting, gauging the room.
Yeah, you should be tired after this meeting, even with the breaks. I'm exhausted after meetings because you give and you're always having conversations.
I think a big one for me is don't be too cool for school. I think sometimes we forget that all eyes are on us as NLG, and really making sure that even though some of the information we've heard it like several times, but look at it in a different look how you can teach it instead of just being not an active learner and just like sitting through the talk instead of taking notes, because that's what really sets the tone. What monkey see, monkey do.
Okay, perfect.
Speed of the leader, speed of the team.
I almost said that actually. Okay, next level. Where do I like you sitting? As close to front as possible, right? One of the worst things that can happen is someone behind first year watches you Snapchat during the meeting. I'm just using an example. Or whatever, not engaged in the meeting. Oh, well, Daniel's next level. He does that. Then it's cool. You've just sabotaged, thank you, the culture of FC single-handedly. Because you're not on point. Monkey see, monkey do. If it's okay with you to do that. What's that?
I won't mention the name, but I saw somebody.
Sure. We had that recently at dinner, right? It's like, man, you have to be all eyes on you if you really want this to be next level. You guys have to be taking notes. You can't be zoning out. You for sure can't be falling asleep. If you don't want that responsibility, let me know. I just won't ask you to be part of next level, and I won't talk to you and introduce you as someone who's next level. But if you're going to be next level, those are the kind of things that are important.
To Franco's point, like Blake and I were talking about how like we kind of always expect like the first years to come up to us and like ask us questions, and it's like really being so intentional about it, like going to them and like, hey, do you have any questions for me? Like, is there anything that you're concerned about, or like anything that you feel weak on, or anything that I can do to help you?
A great conversationalist is not a great speaker. They're a great what? Listener, and also they know how to do what? Connect by doing what? Part of it.
They don't talk about themselves.
Asking questions.
Asking the best questions. How are you? Next level. Hey, how are you? Okay, what's not going well? What sucks right now? Because everyone wants to keep it all positive. Everyone thinks I'm always so positive. I don't like to talk about negative. That's not true at all. I just have a positive outlook. That's another talk, I guess. But okay, what's not going on? Hey, I got a question. What's keeping you from being the most committed candidate? Doesn't seem like you are. Am I right in saying that? What's holding you back? Maybe that's not right when they walk in. Hey, Franco, good to see you. Hey, what's keeping you from not right when they walk in. But a time and a place. What do I say? Have it. If it's organic, it comes in naturally. But having the right questions to ask. What's a question? If you had enough several of you have had one-on-one calls with me. The two of you probably the most. The two of you right here have talked to me the most one-on-one, and maybe Luke. What question do I always ask without fail? Because it's a great question. What question can you expect Jeff to ask you?
How you doing?
Well, the first I always ask, what do you appreciate? Because I always want to put you in the right frame of mind. But how do I always end conversations if you think about it? What's the best way? Well, how can I support you? What's the best way I can support you right now? What's the best thing I can do to support you right now? Because it opens up a whole, you'd be surprised things that come back from that. That's a great question. Or hey, tell me what's holding you back? What are you most insecure about in push, in prep, et cetera, et cetera? Okay. Other ways we can make this meeting rock.
I think this is a really big one, and it's protecting your energy. I think that's like probably number one.
So give an example.
Like for instance, especially when all the reps are moving on, everybody wants to talk to Jeff, and really making sure that you're only talking to the top, 10%, I would assume.
If you see someone trying to wait to talk to me, you kind of know that maybe you could take care of it. Hey, Franco, do you need Jeff? I can talk to him. Maybe I can help you. Some next level. It's important. You guys have ownership. Any other questions? Okay. Conversations of Olean. Hey, you signed up for Olean? If not, why not? Hey, well, let's come up with a game plan to get you there, because getting you there is important. That's really important. Everyone who says they can't be there, barring the I don't have a social security number, that's Vitor. Let's work on ways to get your social security number before then. Or, hey, let's talk to Jeff. Not, oh, I can't go because I don't have a social. End of story. That's his response right now. It's not end of story. I can't go. I have a wedding. My sister's getting married. Good. Bryce, you're not missing your sister's wedding, but you will be an Olean. And we need you to sign up today. Ali Corminas she's conflicted, right? I have sorority stuff. I understand. I don't knock the value of that. Some people would say with sorority, that's important to her. But helping to understand and see the importance of this and the sacrifice and how there are other sorority events that we can be flexible for, but this is not one you want to be negotiable on. And selling the value, because you shouldn't have to force anyone. If I say, Franco, you have to go to Olean or else. It's like, hey, it's the biggest SEC game today against Tennessee. Good luck, Gators, but you have to be. Well, if I talk to anyone like that, that's like half the people are out of HL. Right? You have to. I don't have to do anything. Free will, free speech, freedom of choice. Your life is a choice, man. So anyway, just side note. It's our world, and you're living in it. Right. Other ways to impact the prep. Okay. Yes.
I would say one thing I said earlier was to make them feel part of AGL instead of just attending AGL. There's a couple of people that are just like roam around and they're embraced. I feel like they feel like they're part of the group.
Yeah. There's no cool tables. Okay. Really important. Yes, ma'am.
I think just backing up anything that you say with like a personal experience, like, because you know, we always say facts tell, stories sell. So, you know, Jeff goes on and
Say
on
that
and
again.
on.
So maybe
Facts tell,
Facts
stories
tell, stories tell. That's an oldie but goodie. Facts tell, stories sell. Go ahead.
And, you know, Jeff says a lot during AGL, and, you know, sometimes it's in one ear, out the other, but if we're able to back it up with like a personal experience or a way that it's benefited us in some way, shape, or form, then they're more attentive. And
I agree. And this is it. Gav, maybe a picture, please, or actually a picture, please, of this. Just keep in mind, and at the prep, are you helping to move Olean signups, training, in people's training, understanding? Are you helping to move startup? Are you helping increase confidence, desire to branch, and sales? At the end of the meeting today, we'll debrief. I don't know that we'll do a team night or not. We'll see, but we'll debrief together. Okay. I want you to go into the meeting thinking, what are the things that we did today to run a great meeting together? That's what I want you to think about the whole meeting. And every time something happens, I want you to write it down. Luke says something to piggyback. Okay, Luke did this. These were conversations that I had. Anything we did, please write down what we did to run the best prep ever. Got it?
Sure.
Okay. I need 1 or 2 people on sign in. Let me just explain all the duties. There's an Excel spreadsheet that says check in for prep number 2. And it's got all the matrix. What's the startup? What's the career sales? What's the push sales? Are they signed up for Olean? Did they have a letter in? And so forth. I need 2 people. And Erica, I'd like you to be one of those, please. Erica and 1 person. The rest are tempo. Tempo for role play. In the beginning and also during breaks, I would like this person to be in charge of sparking role play. The way that we're running, the way that I know we'll have an awesome prep is when I'm walking into the room and people are around. People aren't just socializing. It's, hey Luke, hey you want to impress Jeff? Let's get some role play going. On what? Role play on what? Specific to this prep.
Oh, interview.
Interview, yeah, through the product. Okay. Tempo, SLC. This person is having conversations on, hey, how was your SLC push? And what can you do to still finish strong regardless? Hey, what's your report going to be? If it's 0-0, ooh, okay. How do you think that looks? All right, what can we do to change it between now? What can happen post? What can you send to Jeff to give him confidence that you're not just going to poop out? Anthony, 0 sales? Okay, 0 demos after? Ooh, okay. Well, how do you think that looks? Yeah, you know. All right, well, what can we do now? Well, I don't have time for phone time now. Okay, well, what could happen afterwards? And maybe you're prompting people to send Jeff hey, I know I didn't step up, but this is what I'm doing the next 48 hours text. Maybe it's I didn't step up, but I have 3 demos tomorrow. Just leverage. That's what this person's in charge of, having a couple of those conversations organically, not like forcing it everywhere you go. Hey, how's your SLC push? Hey, how's your SLC push? Like that's not organic. That's fake. But that's your responsibility. Role play. How to get the most out of the meeting. This person sets the tone for the meeting. Hey, we're gonna have an awesome agenda today. Did you read the agenda? You didn't? Oh, awesome. You're gonna learn about receptionists. You're gonna learn about the PR program, the CG 3.0 optimal performance program is going out today. I'm excited for that, and I already know it, maybe because it's been working. Olean. Okay. Olean. Hey, you signed up for Olean? Yeah, why not? What's keeping you from signing up? We can work around that. That's the answer for everything. We can. I don't have a social. We can work around that. Let's see. Let's talk to Jeff. Or let's come up with a plan to talk to Jeff because he's busy right now. Energy. Oh, Gavin, your sister's getting married. Okay, well, you know, there's a plan around that. We can work around that, but we have to talk to Jeff now. Let's come up with a way to talk to Jeff. He's busy right now during the prep. Now's not a good time. Let's find a way to address that with Jeff. Cool. So Olean, get the most SLC role play, and then 2 sign-ins. On the sign-ins, it's making sure we recognize people who have started up over 1,000. Hey, over 1,000, Erica, nice work. You know, you're A player right now. What's A player?
Over 1,000 letter of intent, Olean, and homemaker optional.
Yeah, 1K plus Olean letter of intent. That's A player. In the conversation, 500 plus, and Olean. Minimum. None of those, you're not even in the conversation. Maybe explain that. Hey, we had a meeting earlier, and Jeff was talking about like the people who are actually in the mix in the conversation, and right now you're in the conversation. How do we get you to be an A player though? Explain that to them. That's gonna be a lot of silent people too. Cool. Any questions? Okay. So I got Eric on 1 here. Anyone want to be the role play instigator? We'll do Gavin. Okay. How about SLC? How's your push? Where you at? Easy, not to. How about Luke?
Sure. I was gonna try to be signing in up with you, but
Okay. How about get the most? How about Olean?
Charles, sign in with me.
Whoa. Charles Stewart. And if you didn't volunteer for one, just know this is the running list. Who didn't pick one? Who's not? Okay, so that whatever you can help. Okay. Good stuff. Any questions? Let's review assignments. You want to get this down, and then we'll actually get to break early. So here are the assignments. Number 1. Everything I'm referencing up here has already been emailed. Okay. Everything I'm referencing here has already been emailed to you. So number 1, there's a link. It's a 47-minute message. Notice there are only 2 weeks between now and the next prep. Next prep is October 10th. So I'm not overloading you on new information, but this is newer. This is a 47-minute talk. I would make this a priority to do this week, this upcoming week. That way you get it out of the way, you take your debrief, your notes, you're good to go. Then the second link I sent you are my opening comments. I just realized, and it was brought to my attention that one of them doesn't have sound. Luckily, we have the years prior, the 2014 version, it's the same thing because it's a system and I don't change training. Yes, that was Luke's training, I believe.
Hey.
I believe. So opening comments day 1. Ready? There are 2 videos to opening comments. There's always the opening comments beginning until the break, and then there's the break with the first 10-day walkthrough. Altogether, it's about 2 hours for everything. I only need you to watch the first 45 minutes of training. Debrief, ready for discussion. Hurlman, that message that you have a link to, ready for discussion. That's going to be half our prep on October 10th. Okay? Because there are no calls. We don't have any Friday calls. Because next week I'm in SLC/Cancun, and the week after I'll be traveling. 4 agreements for discussion. Let me clarify. You don't need to read the whole book. In fact, do not read the whole book. Go online, look up abbreviated versions. Look up bullet points. Look up a summary of 4 agreements. And that's actually the author, Don Miguel Ruiz. And this is an oldie but goodie, top 3 on Jeff's not business but life books. Other ones are how to be serious business. 4 agreements, 5 love languages, and part of the Bible. I don't know. Just living like that, I guess. So 4 agreements. Ready? This should not be. Don't read the whole book and don't think you can get more points. Just be able to have a good discussion on this. Interview scripts. They're all sent today. There are 4 documents. There's the pre-screen. There's the group. There's the post. Last one I just sent out separately is the post-interview PR verbiage. What's the very last thing? What's the extra add-on to make sure you get 5 to 10 post-interview PR names? Have those organized and printed, and I want to see those next prep. So that when you run interviews, you're not guessing, you have your scripts on you. I don't need you to organize your files. I just need you to be in a position for whatever, define this however you want. I need you to be in a position with your computer and with your files ready to learn how to organize next prep. I'm going to spend 15, 30 minutes. I'm going to show you how my email is organized. I'm going to show you how my files are organized. I just want you to be in a position to either delete files or, because some of your messes, all of your messes, so to speak, are independently unique to your situation. So unmess it in a way so that you can be prepared to organize files. And continue to get out of finals early and continue to ask for sponsorship. Okay. Looks like a lot, it's not. This week, if you do this and this book, then the week after, you do this and get this prepared, you're good. Now, as far as what needs to be observed, who can tell me? When you're doing weekly observation, remind me. Interview, stereo PR, clipboarding, OCIs, and what are the 3 that are unique to you guys? Opening comments, which we're forcing right now in the video. Red zone day 2. So watch Carlos, watch myself, watch Karina, watch Pau, do that. And then the Sunday kickoff meeting. Get some observation. Any questions? Yes.
Red Zone had does Red Zone have to do with names list?
No, Red Zone Day 2 is the last half of training. It's Mac talk, scheduling talk, phone talk, and phone jam. Advancement phone jam. It's who to show. It's advancement, who to show, schedule, phone. Okay. If you're doing anything outside of this, you're wasting time, and it's not actually extra because you're taking away from Focus 5. So don't waste your time watching Ricky run a PC. Don't waste your time watching Daniel do this, or Karina, or Pau, or Carlos do anything other than this. If you notice, I sent out, it's not in today's session, but in the first general session, there's a syllabus. The syllabus has every prep from now to the end of the year. Every prep, what you're going to learn at the monthly prep. And in between, it tells you what to role play every week. It tells you what to observe every month. You don't have to think, just follow the script. Hey, may I borrow this, please? Right? So here, this is what you're going to learn. Yellow on the peer program and green on the receptionist. Then for the month, this is what you'll need to observe. And then each week, this is what you're role playing. Next page, it's all pretty self-explanatory. On October, this is what you're going to learn from me. This is what I want you guys to be observing monthly. And this is each week what you'll role play at the local prep. No thinking involved. Just run the route. Run the play. Carolina. Carolina. Give me one play you guys called and you're the point guard.
44.
44. What was it?
High screen pop with the power forward.
So on whatever side the power forward's at?
Well, I'm lefty, so I start on the right side. 44, he'll come up, set a screen, top of the key, and have an option to take
roll.
it, or he'll pop out for it.
44, 44. All right. Okay. Cool. I would have if I were to coach when I coach my kids one day, we're gonna call plays, but they're all gonna be foods. Nachos, flauta, flan. All right.
Did you just say places?
Sushi. I said when I coach my kids one day, when we call plays at the basketball court or football, whenever they play, they're gonna be, instead of like Carolina 44, it's gonna be like names of dishes.
Nachos, sushi.
Ropa vieja. Anyway. Sorry.
Tostones.
Yeah.
Black beans.
All right, yeah.
Chipotle. Russian sandwich.
So-
White rice, black bean steak.
Everybody, it is 12:15 and some change. 12:16. Prep starts at 2. So when do we want tempo? Ready? By 1:15 latest. So I would recommend, since I'm letting you guys out, can we take the next 5 to 10 minutes to set up group of 20? Okay, so set up 20. Put your stuff in a place where no one can sit, so you guys are majority in the front but spread out across. Okay, so we need 20. Let's get tempo. Then you guys get food. We need to be back at 1. I'm gonna send, who are the sign-in people?
I thought you were doing pizza.
Am I?
That's what it said on this.
Oh, it should have said lunch on your own.
Oh, it said lunch on Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not doing that.
Audible.
You can come to team night. Okay. Erica, I'm going to send you this. Actually, can I show it to you first?
Same one as last time. It's very little.
Yes. Just want to make sure you see what the updated one looks like. So it's going to look like this. Okay. The yellow are people who like we just didn't know what's going on with them. So planner in use. I want you to see their planner. Like they're actually not like, oh, here's my planner. Like I want to see if you've been using it. If not, ask and say, hey, what happens up, dude? You've been using it? Okay. So you don't have to let Jeff know. Okay. So plan on use. You can just say yes or no. Forget the dots.
Do you just want one table in the back?
Yes, please. Just want to take care of all this.
Yes. One day I'm here.
Okay, so planner in use is for binder assembled. Okay, this was supposed to be from last prep, by the way. What's their startup total as of right now? And I'm going to send you that. Those are the startup totals. Okay. Career CPO, push CPO. They center for Olean. Okay, let's say that one.
Hey, Charles,
And then I'm gonna send you this. I'm gonna send you both.
They want Blaze. I'm feeling
So even though Charles is helping you sign in,
I think Blaze is
you can
Blaze
help him
to go.
ask the questions, but I want you on just on one.
Yeah.
What place?
Cool. Thank you.
Oh wait, no we don't. Oh, true. Yeah, Blaze.
Whose agenda is this?
I was thinking we had an hour and a half.
Who's sitting here? Charles.
No, wait, 45 minutes.
Is there one here? 4 to 5.
Blaze?
Is there one?
40 guys.
I'm telling you, Blaze is.
Hey, that's on my phone.
It's on the table right here, girl. Lady, I'm sorry.
What is it? What is it? Right huge line.
Saturday? I'm gonna talk on Saturday.
No.
You know your tape.
Yeah.
Games on Saturday.
I know
But I think the best thing is that
he's got.
Let me show you. You're on a Blaze.
Wait, the Lion Jim might be crazy? Yeah, have you realized, like, they do that one marketing thing with that free pizza that went wait, what? Like, since they did that, like,
Oh yeah.
it's the pack everything's in.
You get one more up front.
So what?
Right.
So what?
I swear.
We're sure.